And now, live from the Man Cave, Studio B, deep in the heart of constitutional Livingston County, Michigan, on a Tuesday night election watch rant with your co-hosts, Patrick Acton's in the house, Norris Hardeman's back in his seat, Tyler Vincent Gibbs has returned, and our president. And our ever-present earwig, the real time. Tim Allen.
Yeah, Taylor.
Yours truly, Larry Parsons. That's me, in case anybody, not Ted Nugent. This is my brain. And now your host, Mr. Jeremy Scott Gibbs. Wow.
Was that a question?
Putting it all together for everybody. Is that what I did?
Coming up.
All right, there we go. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Hello.
Hello. Let's make sure everybody's good over here. Let's mute that one because people are, yeah. Mine's good.
Feel right.
Somebody's scratchy.
Scratchy, itchy, scratchy.
Scratchy McGee.
All right, I think we're good now.
I have no overhead.
Okay, there we go. All right, people, welcome to the show. Oh, that's supposed to be on audio, and you know that, Norris.
Wow.
That's supposed to be captured on audio.
Yep.
Do it right close to.
All right,
Let's do it. There it is. That's how we open the show. Yeah. Better. Much better. Welcome to the show, everybody. Election watch. If you're not watching Steven Crowder, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, and the other Dan Bongino, you might be watching us. Thank you.
Or you might be watching all of them and us.
We got some faithful people out there. Mr. Coffee is out, not feeling well. We're expecting to have a good group of people in here, and I think 5 or 6 of them had to cancel, not feeling well. I don't know what's going on, other than the government trying to kill us all.
There is that.
Besides that,
well, RFK is going to straighten that out.
he is. You know what? I absolutely love Trump, but I think I'm slightly more excited about that being a part of the campaign, being a part of the whole platform.
Not just the X-Men, though. The whole entourage that he's put together.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
It's phenomenal.
Vivek.
Vivek.
Yeah. Vivek.
Ramaswamy is easier.
You know, that's Tim and I were talking the other day, and I said Vivek, and he said Vivek, and I go, dude, I watched him literally. Somebody say it, and they go, "Is that right?" He goes, "Doesn't matter." He goes, "My last name's Ramaswamy. Do you get that right?" Okay, pretty good. So
Ramaswamy's easier, yeah.
He's like whatever.
Nikki Haley. I mean, he's just got a really good
dude.
group. Their Tucker's involved with them.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, it's phenomenal. I mean, they've got a.
I mean, these are people that are at the top of their game.
Absolutely.
They are very polished. Very successful. Businessmen. If they run this country the way they've run their businesses, we are going to have a rocking 4 years.
Well, look at Elon's going to come in there. Did you catch the Joe Rogan interview he just did like 2 days ago?
With Trump?
No. Joe did an interview with
Musk.
Trump, Vance, and Elon.
I just watched it.
And the Elon was phenomenal because he was talking about how he gave some caveats about the some of the tariffs things that they're going to have to do with business. But he said he went in pretty good talking about how they would deal with a bunch of the, getting rid of the bureaucracy and whittling it down. And he said, you know what? He said, we can get rid of this, get rid of that. And then he said, if we turn around, we find out that we needed that regulation. He goes, it's just as easy to put it right back in. He said, and they were talking about maybe a severance package for a bunch of the government workers because you're not keeping your job. We're getting rid of these government agencies. And they proved it with the job numbers saying that we had 150, what was the number? 850,000 and then revised it to 12,000.
Yeah.
And the 12,000 were government and
they didn't,
medical.
They didn't.
Oh,
they had a
independent auditor.
No, a leak. They had
Oh.
somebody was, was kind of telling them what's going on
Nice.
there.
Nice.
The only part of that interview that I did catch was Rogan had said to him that Zuckerman wanted to Zuckerberger, yeah,
Yeah.
he wanted
Zuckmeister.
he wanted to challenge him to a fight.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, Elon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Elon said, anytime, anywhere. I can get the Octagon in
Yeah.
Vegas.
Right.
I could get the Coliseum.
Yeah, let's go, buddy.
No.
Let's go.
And Rogan says, do you need to warm up? And he's like, no, not at all.
No. Well, and I can't remember if it was Vance or it was Elon that was talking about that. And they said it's amazing that that Zuckerberg seems to be leaving the left and moving center, whether he's afraid of going to jail or not.
Yeah.
And they both commented on it might even have been Trump.
Rogan mentioned it because he knows that Zuckerberg's starting some MMA fighting.
And he said you can't get into MMA and start doing those workouts and not feel more manly and then become more conservative.
Well, it's the discipline. He mentioned the discipline.
Yeah, the discipline.
He said he wants the hard work of the discipline gets into you, and you realize it only takes hard work to excel. He's going to become more and more conservative.
Yeah, 100%.
That plus Elon Musk said he could whoop his ass.
Might want to think about it. All right, welcome to the show, everybody. Check our chat there, Vince. I'm sure chat's already blowing
The
up.
Battle of the Billionaires.
The Battle of the Billionaires.
Coffee says, I'm here. I'm just not there.
We got a Norris is back from
He's nowhere.
Turkey Palooza.
From Turkey Palooza. Guys, hit that big thumbs up since you're right there. Thanks to all the left hearts tuning in to get the local information. You know you love it here. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe because they do. I'll mention off to the side over there. We got the long shot there. Give me the table shot there.
But Vince could actually at some point rotate that GoPro too, but we won't do that yet.
Well, Perry and Angie, as I started to mention, we had a number of people that were planning on being here and came down sick, but Perry and Angie are there over there. Hello.
Yep,
They've been on as
back there
guests
at the
before.
top of the wall table feed. Yep.
They do have a microphone over there if they want to chime in. But let's get started with some disclaimers. Get through this and get on with the show, man. I'm gonna get on with the show.
Okay,
You
give
send
me
me
a
the
wall
link.
feed.
Yeah, as soon as I get the
You
wall
did?
feed.
Look on your
Wall
I
feed.
had to restart this, so I wasn't on it. There we go.
Sometimes
Okay,
I'll
there
pull
we
up my own.
All right, and Grandma's still battling, so you know. Vince, do we have an update today? How is she feeling today?
She
I know you said she
wants to work out now. She feels slightly better and wants to
Good.
work out.
she was able to eat some soup.
I told her, don't do anything crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had some chicken noodle soup. And
Good. She's able to keep stuff down.
that if she puts her mind to it, she's going to do it anyway.
Yeah, she's going to do it. All right. In lieu of Grandma being here, Tim takes over the duties of announcing us to the world.
Yes, he said duty.
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 This is My Brain Notice. This podcast is mostly raw and unfiltered and completely politically incorrect. We say Merry Christmas and the Pledge of Allegiance, especially the part about one nation under God. Those things are politically incorrect in some circles. We thank our troops for their service. Thank you, those. At the table, Norris?
Norris's son is serving.
Son
currently.
is serving.
Did you
Has a
serve,
son that
Norris?
served?
No, it's my
No,
But
I
you-
remember you had a son that's serving.
Yeah.
Thank him,
Thank him.
if he's tuning in. We only recognize 2 genders,
Dangle, no dangle.
both of those. As adults, we enjoy adult beverages.
Cheers, my friends. Cheers,
My overhead
cheers,
is
cheers.
not working. Did you punch that
Oh,
button?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, get your iced tea over here. Yeah, that's great.
See, I don't have the overhead shot. I'm missing all this wonderful clinkage. Yeah, see, no overhead.
Mm.
Weird.
And you have a drink.
We need to check the button on the overhead.
Yeah.
Anyway, where was I? Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. We cuss. We do not curse nor swear. Those are 3 different things.
It's the first F-bomb.
We love Jesus. It was in context at first.
Oh, okay.
We love Jesus, but we hate religion and religious hypocrisis.
Yes,
Hypocrites.
that's the Greek word.
If any of this offends you, you probably have halfway through that disclaimer. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're not-
I mean, if you don't know by now.
if you don't know,
If you don't know by now, you shouldn't even tune into my show.
know me by now,
Maybe we
Uh,
got someone
yeah.
likes being
Yeah,
offended.
let's see. Let's start out with Mr. Acton.
I would challenge you to a battle of wits, but I can clearly see that you are Unarmed.
No arms, armless.
No arms. Armless. Completely armless.
It's like the knight. It's only a flesh wound. And his arms are gone. His blood sprayed. You're armless. Exactly.
I'll bite your arms off.
Let's see. Norris, you want to do?
My usual. Where is it? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Except for bears.
Bears.
Bears will fucking kill you.
Bears will kill you. He gets the second F-bomb of the
official
night.
blow
We
the
try
table.
to wait until later on, but
table
sometimes
F-bomb.
it's just appropriate. Us being a lot of us being of Anglo-Saxon descent.
Sure.
That was our natural language there.
Not me, I'm Scott, man.
I guess that's not Anglo-Saxon. Like the whole
Larry.
island. Just
Listen.
shut up, Larry.
Listen, when I'm messing with you, don't.
Coffee and
I'm
Chad.
gonna. What coffee say?
I just noticed he was here. Did you say it earlier?
Yep. He said Norris, the man.
Noah's the man.
Hey, Mr. Coffee.
To ban coffee for cabs.
Vincente.
Sante.
To argue with a person who has renounced the use of reason is like administering medicine to the dead.
Dead. Dead.
Dead.
Dead. It's useless.
Dead.
Like Democrats. Larry.
I'm going to do a new one today. A
Ooh.
well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep bear arms shall not be infringed, period.
I've never heard that
That's the
before.
Second Amendment to the United States Constitution. It expires never
Never.
unless
Never.
the mongrels and maggots try and take it from us.
And
You
there-
know,
Then
There
we
was
will have
punctuation
to-
in there
it
too.
was punctuation. You know what, Larry? I'm very proud of you switching it up tonight.
Yeah. Wait
Yes.
a
Really, really proud of
I
you.
left out the comma in the period.
Did you? Oh, nice, nice, nice.
You got to slap a hole like a pack there,
Yeah.
Norris.
Wrap up.
Smack it.
Wrap that thing.
Wrap a
Thank
hole.
you. Thank you.
Just well, don't kill her.
You know what? It helps slightly.
He said, whack
It's slight helpfully. Let's see.
Which one you doing?
You know what? I'm going to do the change
Oh,
because we're about to have a change in this country.
Yes, we are.
Back to a real president. In the beginning of a change, the patriot is a scarce man and brave and hated and scorned. And when his cause succeeds, the timid join him, for then it costs nothing to be a patriot. And you know what? We've seen a ton of people take these stances. And there was a video out that was really, really good of a guy. He's walking through and he sees a guy with a mega hat on, and he walks through another place and he sees a guy with a mega hat on. He walks through another place, sees a guy with a mega hat on. And you're like, what is this commercial? And finally, he walks into his own home and walks into his closet and grabs his mega hat and puts it on and walks back out the house. He's like, well, all right, I guess. And there really wasn't any words on her. You know, it was kind of just like this visual reminder. So there it is.
And these two guys. Let's see if we can pass one down to these guys over here. They need to join in at least
On one of them?
Yeah.
All right. Let me see where. Let's undo the handheld. You guys know how to turn that one back on down there? Got it? All right, I'm going to pick this one for you guys. You might have to, should be able to read it from there. Can you read that one? Actually, you know what?
Pass it down.
Well, give that to him, Vince. Is Coffee chiming in? All right.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
We're always ready.
Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Ronald Reagan. Here.
Yes. Very good. Very good. All right. Did you want to do one too there, Perry, or are you good? I'm good. Okay. Just checking. All right. And everybody, we got to be in time now. It's a very important show. Never apologize and never explain. It's a sign of weakness.
Weak.
Are your
Move
feelings
her
hurt?
words down.
Oh,
Oh, girl, baby girl.
oh, really, baby? Oh, they cannot take the words.
There's another motion to strike her words again.
Girl, I don't think
We are gonna move and we're gonna take your words down.
I'm not apologizing.
Well, then
Okay,
you're
we're
not
still
gonna
doing
take your
it.
words.
I am
You're
not
retracting.
apologizing.
Chair recognizes Ms. Green.
I repeat again for the second time.
Yes.
I'll strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection. Without
Not
objection.
apologizing.
Chair
Reserving the right
recognizes-
to
No,
object.
let's go. Come on, guys.
Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
I haven't shortened that to a shorter version because the long version is just
I know
ridiculous.
it's just ridiculous. There we go. Disclaimers out of the way. We had kebabs. I had a phenomenal birthday party on Saturday. The band got to play. We got to hang out. Met a ton of new people. Friends invited other friends. I think we would have about 50, 60 people.
Yeah, I set a camera up to get good footage of the whole party and then never hit record.
There it is. So you don't get to see anything. But Tim painstakingly went through, as I think I've mentioned on the show, my neighbor raised almost 300 chickens over the last few months.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, he would do a batch of 100 at a time, and they were a test because he bought a farm in North Carolina, and so now he's down there. Still owns the house here, but he bought the farm. Anyways, so he would do the chickens. I helped him harvest a bunch of them, and so he would
Mobile chicken coop.
He would give us chickens because I helped. We helped feed them at times, and we helped take them to breeding process it. Anyways, long story short, what did we do? 8 or 9?
4, 8.
8.
Yeah.
8 of these huge chickens.
Yeah.
Tim parted out 3 or 4.
Well, 4 were already parted from before,
Okay.
but then I hand parted 3.
And then he made, that's the kebabs we had for the birthday.
Chicken kebabs. The
Yeah, it
breasts
was,
from the ones I hand parted, and then the parts that went on the grill.
yes,
Smoker.
yes.
And then you rotisseried.
And I rotisseried 3 huge ones into,
Well, they were 5.4, 5.2 to 5.4
Right.
pounders.
Yeah, his first batch, they were like 3.5, maybe 4 pounds.
Yeah.
His last batch, they were like between 5 and 6 pounds.
Because he was gone, and those stayed out an extra week.
Yeah, an extra week.
Yeah.
So they were phenomenal. But we had kebabs then, and then tonight, what we didn't cook, you had pork tonight. Was it the pork ones?
I picked up a couple package of pork belly to put on kebabs, which is nice and fatty and delicious.
Yep. So Tim threw those, put kebabs together and put them on the grill, and I threw on some drummies on the smoker, and Patrick brought signature salad. And then I
My leftover shrooms.
the shrooms.
Fresh shrooms from the kebabs.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were going to go on the kebabs, and
Yeah.
Tim's like, we didn't make all the
I didn't
kebabs.
soak them long enough, and they didn't
want
hand
to go
up to the kebabs. They kept
Yeah.
splitting. So
Yeah.
I'm like, screw it. No mushrooms on the
So
kebabs.
I did my saute on them and everything like that. And then for whatever reason, Angie and Perry over there decided to bring a platter of sugar.
Yeah,
that we
it's
may
a
have to
platter of
bring up
sugar.
here
Yeah, it is.
later because Patrick's eating on one of them right now. This
Oh,
platter
yeah.
of sugar, and so
Angie likes to sweeten us all up.
yeah. Apparently we're not. They go, would you like something? I go, no, I'm sweet enough.
She thinks we're too grouchy. She's trying to put
Is that what it
on
is?
her face. Yeah.
Got to get us off the grouch.
She's a sweet lady, so she's trying
Uh-huh.
to sweeten us up so we can be like
So
her.
so
And Perry.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there it is. Attendance, food, disclaimers. All right, let's get into it. My quote for tonight, Elon Musk. If Trump doesn't win, this will be the last election in America. Or maybe he said last legitimate, but either way, it'll be it. So yes, Mr. Coffee, we ate kebabs.
I didn't know it was
Yeah.
on the camera.
And Norris is back.
Yep, Norris is back.
Well, Norris, you had it.
He was the Centurion on Saturday night.
Norris is ran for office and has had a couple other things going on. So he was pretty occupied, taking care of a lot of stuff. So
The thing I like the most about Norris is
You're sharing Lefroy with
he
him?
likes Lefroy.
Can't go wrong there, right?
Mhm.
Well, it takes a special person. Not too many people really like Lefroy because it's very peaty. It's got,
I like anything from the Island region, really.
well,
Yeah,
yeah, sure.
I mean, another one, Artbeck.
Yeah,
Yeah, that one.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I love that one too.
look at these guys, connoisseurs. All right, I'm gonna put you guys on. So we're gonna get back to doing the long pour, the middle of the show.
Yeah.
We'll get back to doing that, and you guys will take the fourth Tuesday of the month.
Okay.
That'll be Scotch, whiskey, or bourbon, and you guys will just have to get together and figure out, what we need to sample that night.
Okay.
I'll leave it to you. I'll put you guys in charge of that.
That works.
Yeah.
We can handle it.
Yeah. Kelly is out campaigning. Our Kelly, another Kelly, not our Kelly, our Kelly is out campaigning. She gave me a call earlier tonight, and she said, I am so sorry. She said, I am not going to make it tonight. And I just realized that she's got to go pick up all of her signs from all the precincts after the polls closed. And she said she got in at 1 last night after campaigning. She's running for school board in Brighton. And I hope many people voted for her because the polls are closed. So you can't do that now. So
I was up till 12 or 2:30 last night watching the Trump rally in Grand Rapids.
Mhm.
That guy he's phenomenal. You know, he had four rallies yesterday.
Yeah.
All over the country.
Yeah.
And this one in Grand Rapids is last. He said it 900. He's thinking
But then
somewhere around 900 he's done total in rallies. He had a ton of energy. I mean, you know, after jetting all over the place.
At his age,
Yeah.
he has more energy than the young chick. Relatively speaking, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And then I saw in my feed, my Rumble feed, like at 8:30 this morning, that he was Trump streaming in wherever in another city. So he was there last night, and then wide awake the next morning. That you do. It's just
How can you sleep? I mean, I didn't sleep that well last night. Let's deal with reality.
right.
I went to bed at 2:30, 2:45, and I was up at 6, wide awake.
Right.
On for the day. I mean, there's no way.
Just slap it, Norris. That's it.
Yeah, bang that thing.
I spent $100 on that thing, and it's dumb. I want to bring this to you guys' attention. I was sent this by another Kelly that I'm friends with on Facebook. As you know, some of the counties or townships around here have been fighting very hard against windmills and rezoning and all sorts of other garbage. She sent this to me and asked that I would put the word out there. If you're in Iosco Township, they have called a special board meeting for Thursday. And this is to deal with something that affects all of us, and that is the Michigan Public Services Commission, this PA 233, which basically they authorize themselves the right to take over any municipality or area and put in windmills or solar, or just override what the county wants or what the people want. So the big issue on this is that the law that was passed last year by Whitmer and the crooked government we have right now, goes into effect. I think it's the 23rd, November 23rd or something like that. So they're what they're looking at doing is, if you guys can read it there, it says whether this meeting has been called because whether or not to support a class action lawsuit filed by Foster, Swift, and Collins and Smith, Foster, Smith, Collins, Swift, Collins, and Smith, PC. This class action suit is being filed on behalf of Michigan municipalities to challenge the Michigan Public Services Commission. They want to know whether they're going to join this class action lawsuit. That's the dynamic that we're looking at, because this is unconstitutional.
Well, then this isn't tied just to Iosco Township.
Correct. It's the whole thing, but they're doing a special meeting in Iosco's right. What is that? I have to look at my map.
Not very far from here.
Yes, right. It's real close to here.
It's a little bit further north and west.
So if you are in that area and this affects you, if you're in Iosco Township, please go to that board meeting and tell them to go pound sand.
Right.
Is that the nicer thing to say before 9 o'clock when the children are still watching?
Yes. I'm not retracting my words.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious. Aren't they technically called wind turbines? Because the Amish get freaked out every time you said windmills. They're like, no, they're going to bend. How are we going to do this?
I mean, a windmill was something that turned the water for the mill.
Right. Yes. These are
and the wind turbines are turning for energy for electricity.
I've heard a lot of people call them windmills.
Yeah, it's like, I think it comes down to semantics. They probably label them. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, the Amish aren't watching the show.
I read an article, and I'm not sure exactly where, but they had put windmills in the ocean.
Yep.
And because of that, the whales were getting disoriented.
Beaching.
Didn't we play that? Didn't we play that at the end of the show last week?
We may have.
No, we did not. I didn't push play.
Because I watched it.
Yeah.
So I thought we had played it, but you're exactly right. They're finding whales. And what was crazy about the video, you said you read an article.
Yeah.
What's crazy about the video is they dropped a microphone down into the water near where the whales normally are. and it's this doom, 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 doom,
Yeah,
doom,
yeah.
doom, 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 and it's literally driving them crazy, and they're beaching themselves.
Yeah.
And they think, it's
The sound transmits water transmits sound.
yeah.
much better.
And these things are horrible anyways. They use like 600 gallons of oil in them to keep them oiled up. They use, I don't know how many yards of concrete rebar. You can't dispose of the blades themselves that are made of carbon fiber. They're not recyclable in any way, shape, or form. It's just a
And
monstrosity.
they only last 10 years.
Yeah.
And what's happening is that
Landfill
people
space
that own
consumed.
those things, they're when it hits their expected lifespan and they die,
Yeah.
they abandon them. They just leave them.
Yep.
They're no longer functioning, and so it's up to the farmer or whoever owns the property to have to deal with
Yeah.
disposing of them.
Is it time?
No, you're fine. You're fine. Just keep talking. And
Well-
whatever the benefit they think they get, by the time it goes through the transmission lines and gets over there, they're useless.
No.
And the ones that are on land, the dead carcasses of birds around there
Right.
it's surprising to me because you think, all right, a bird doesn't, and the birds just fly right through these because these blades are what, 60 feet or some shit,
Yeah, they don't see it.
and they don't see it, and it just whack, and that anything above like 15 miles an hour, they have to shut them down because the wind is too strong for the blades.
I know there's a limit. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a limit. Yeah, you can't.
It's got to be
it's like-
faster than that. Because I've seen some of them hauling. Yeah.
Well,
It's
they're
very
hauling in
deceptive
relative.
how big they are is
If you
very
if you
deceptive.
think about it this way, 15 miles an hour
Are you talking about the core?
at the core.
Oh yeah, the tips are freaking flying.
exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
They're
it's ridiculous.
huge. The actual units, people who don't know,
And so
you drive by these things from a
They're
distance and
huge.
see them.
Oh,
Yeah.
The actual main unit
Yeah.
is the size of 2 school buses side by side.
Yeah.
That's how wide it is.
They're
People don't
ridiculous.
realize how big it is
Yeah.
because of the distance.
And so you're exactly right, Patrick. Iosco Township Board is calling this meeting to see where they're going to join it because the state is trying to take over and force these things in there.
Wow.
And you see these solar panel areas that are ridiculous. You see
all
the
that land's useless once they put these things in.
Yeah.
Well, it's a
Can't
little
reuse
deeper
it.
than that. And I kind of got a kick out of it because we had a state representative come to one of our executive committee meetings and talked about this. They were, the Dems were pushing this through in Michigan, by which they can come in and take over your farm, and there's nothing you can say about it. They're just going to take it over,
Yeah.
and put up these windmills. And here's the part where I actually busted out in laughter because they decided that they wanted to start up in the thumb.
Oh.
Well, guess what?
Okay.
You know what the thumb's known for? Timothy McVeigh is from the thumb, and those
Yeah.
people up there, they're like, go ahead, leave it there, and then when you're gone, we're just going to blow the damn thing right out of the ground.
Yeah, it's you start messing with rural Michiganders and you're in trouble.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, they don't put up with
you're in
that.
trouble.
Just don't fly.
Mhm.
I'm going to
Try
try
that in
to
a small town, right?
exactly try that in a small town. I'm going to try to post this over. There's a way that I could do this easily, but I don't know how to do it. But I took a picture. I want to give a shout out to the poll workers today. Those are very good. Are very good Republican side of the poll workers. But there's they may believe. I mean, look at RFK. Look at Elon. Elon said on Joe Rogan that he was 3 years ago. He was really on the left. Just 3 years ago. And so Tulsi Gabbard came from Democrat.
Yeah.
I mean, so there are some good people who are just have some wrong ideas. That's fine. But then there are some devious ones. And I was commenting when I was in voting that I was commenting that when I was in there, I said, I'm glad that it's in the gymnasium here because there's very few windows. So we don't have to really board up a lot at 3 a.m. As a joke. So yeah. But it was fun because many of you know Tom and Joni in the chat. And Joni Jojo was she's one of the chief, whatever she is. I want to look at her tag on here.
I was accosted by some
chairperson. She's a chairperson.
I was accosted by some bald looking, hockey referee looking dude. That,
Yes.
He crawled up on me and scared me. He was trying to cheat off my card, I think. So he knew who to vote.
Give me
for.
since I didn't transfer it over, just give me the table cam shot. I suck.
Yeah, I haven't zoomed in.
Huh?
Higher.
Oh, my bad. I'm trying to see my screen. There it is.
Yeah.
There it
Yeah, you
is,
got it.
and I can't.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that bald guy on the left.
It's like shaving.
Yeah, I know.
So there's Tom and Joni right there.
A little further from the camera. There you go. Yeah.
There we
Yeah,
go.
he's usually in stripes.
Yeah.
And blowing a whistle.
As a referee. Anyway, so Tom and Joni were over there. I told them I was going to give them a shout out. And Joni wanted to make sure that everybody knew that she was working the poll.
She was working that poll.
Tom was not benefiting in any way, shape, or form. Because they're not allowed to work in the same precincts.
Yeah.
Right. So she was working the poll separately. Anyway, so that was fun for me to go in there. Vince actually went with me thinking that he was going to vote with me until we realized, wait, you and grandma moved into your new house.
He's in Howell. Yeah.
And so we got there and he's like, what precinct am I in now, Dad? And I'm like, you're actually over in Howell City. I'm going to make him run for mayor next cycle.
That's funny. Did you see the two kids at the help desk at the front?
Yeah. As soon as we gave her
the bow tie and the
we gave the name like Gibbs, and he's like, you guys ever watch NCIS? We're like, dude, that show's been out for like 22 years.
They were like 22 years old.
Yeah.
They were young kids.
Exactly.
But no, I passed them on the way in. On the way out, though,
Yeah.
I said, so does everybody go because that room is set up with the precincts around the horn, like the 6? I said, so does everybody go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Because I just went 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I figured, I didn't want to hold up the line. Make sure I got all the precincts. And the young girl that was there just looked at me dumbfounded.
Oh, yeah.
Like, because I voted on all the precincts. You're only supposed to vote at one. And I totally had her the entire where the guy realized that I was walking out, and I looked back at her. She was still dumbfounded.
I was filling out my ballot, and I'm over there filling out, and Vince is kind of standing over, and Tommy goes, he was shuffling some stuff, and he goes, hey, you need another one? Just as loud as could be right there. I'm like, yeah, I'll take another one, Tom. and people are looking at us, and we're like, we're kidding, guys.
That's so funny.
If we were actually going to do it, we wouldn't say anything.
We'd bring it in.
No,
totes.
what did I say to him? I turned around, I goes, yeah, buddy. Yeah. Vote early, vote often.
Yeah, that's what I said. Vote early, vote often. And if we were going to do it the right way, the Democrat way, we'd bring it in about 4 hours in a tote.
Yeah, exactly. We would wait. Shout out as always to Jonas over here. They always take care of us. Awesome people.
Awesome pizza.
Awesome pizza. Good stuff tonight.
And their bar and grill. Bar and grill has Thursday. No, is it Thursday?
Yeah.
Thursday half off wine night.
I'm gonna talk to him because Tommy, surprisingly, the band
half bottle wine.
Tommy had a friend of his come in from out of state, somebody that he grew up with, childhood.
Yeah.
And he said, dude, my buddy's in town just for today from Florida. He's like, is there any way we can come over and jam? What are you doing? And as it worked out, we got a delivery at the job site, but it was only half the delivery. So we really couldn't get started putting anything together. And we went to lunch and we come back and I'm like, okay. So they showed up and we jammed for like 2.5 hours.
Like
just had a blast. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And Tommy goes, I know you got the podcast. I know it's election day. I know you got a lot of stuff going. He's like, can we jam? I'm like, we can make it work, buddy. So then as we're wrapping up things and chilling out, he goes, are you having it catered tonight? Because I told him we're going to have a bunch of people here, right? That's what the expectation. And then I got cancellations as a couple hours later. But he says, are you having it catered? And I'm like, I would love to do it, but I didn't do any outreach. He's like, oh yeah. And then I mentioned Jonas and I'm like, you know what? We gotta get with them probably like maybe once a month and just take advantage of their catering because they do a phenomenal job. And I've already talked to Sean over there, the owner. I think it's all whole family, but he's the one at that shop. And I'm like, dude, yeah, we gotta. And he's already told me, he's like, just let me know and we'll set it up. We'll figure out a good thing. But they're awesome over there. One other shout out I'm going to do, and I'm going to have him on the show. If you guys are in the Brighton area and you have any need of a pool table servicing, or just want a new pool table. Now, I'm expecting you to wait until the full results are in tomorrow before you go and pick up a brand new pool table because it's not cheap to do that. But by tomorrow, the economy is going to start getting better immediately. So you might want to get a recreational pool table. But either way, my pool table downstairs, I inherited a pool table from my aunt. And then at a certain point, a few years ago when things were still good, Tanya and I traded that in and he sold us a brand new pool table. And Justin, my buddy, who owns Pro Billiards, texted me yesterday, says, "Hey, where are you going to be today? I see it's your birthday." And I said, "Well, I got hockey and then we'll be at Wings, etc. For dinner afterwards about 8 o'clock." And he goes, "Okay, I'll see you there." He walks in with a swag bag. I got 2 hats, t-shirt, sweatshirt. And there's a beer in the fridge. We're going to have to try it. It's a peanut butter IPA or something like that, made at Heartland Brewing. So maybe we'll bring that up during here. And I said, "Well, dude, I got to have you on the show just to talk about billiards and then talk about life." Because he's just like, I'm like, we don't have to do the politics. He goes, "No, dude, we're talking politics." And we were just tearing it up at dinner last night, talking about politics, talking about all that stuff, and it was great. So I told him, I said, "You know what? I'm gonna give you a shout out and put Pro Billiards on there." He's a great guy. He's got a great group of people over there that work hard at that. This is my Trump duck.
Trump duck.
A Trump duck. Which one do you want me to go with?
Isn't that nice?
My Trump duck that
Where'd
I got
you
from
get
it's my birthday. There was a whole bunch of swag. Tisha made me a new brain for us to pass around. Since the kids, the one that was the
squishy
pinky
brain,
squishy one lasted about 3 weeks before the grandkids got a hold of it. And they come walking up going, "Grandpa, it popped." I'm like, "You think?"
Yeah.
It just popped.
It just popped on its own.
It just popped. So there's some shout outs on that. Larry, do you want to get us started?
I actually heard you got a flag.
I did get a flag. It's downstairs on the table. Do you want to? We could bring that up later.
Larry, I think you rubbed your mic off.
Did you rub your mic off, Larry?
Well, he was leaning against it earlier. I don't
Yeah,
know what
okay.
it is.
You know what? At some point, we're going to have an awesome sponsor for the show come in, and we're going to get new equipment. Because up to this point, I've pretty much.
Are you going to get Larry-proof equipment?
I will.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I will. Yeah. So I'm going to go into the logistics. We'll get some better equipment. Right now, I'm working off of microphones that were put out on the market like 25 years ago. Yeah. So it's part of it's the frequencies that are messed up. That's why Norris has to keep slapping that pack, and we keep having to mute it because it's making so much noise.
Well, the one that's most important to me, the guy that has to sit next to him all the time, is whether or not we're going to get a charcoal filtered.
I'm thinking we
filter out the stench.
I think we put out.
I didn't need White Castle today.
All right, but here's
everybody knows.
Here's what I really want to do is get enough of a budget for the show that he can retire from doing asphalt.
Yeah.
And then we'll send him to the gym and get him a nutritionist who will then tell him that he cannot eat what he's eating now.
Right.
Because apparently what he's eating now is not conducive to our nostrils.
It's backing up on him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, they call them gut.
They are gut
Mike
bombs.
just cut out.
Yeah. Did it cut out?
Well, he's leaned against it.
No, it's not the microphone. It's the pack. When it hits the certain height, certain volume, it cuts out.
Oh.
It's probably the microphone itself.
Oh.
Because his entire volume is gone.
Yeah.
I guess Coffee's asking how my son's doing. He's doing great.
Say it again, Norris. You were turned down a little bit
Oh, I
because of the
was
fuss.
saying, Coffee was asking how my son was doing. I said he's doing great. He's out in California now.
Yeah.
At a base in 29 Palms. He's doing great.
Did he
Yeah,
vote?
he graduated what? 3 months ago? 3 months ago?
Yeah,
Remember
back
you
in
posted?
July.
The pictures.
July.
So that's 4 months ago. July, August, September, October, November. No, 3 months.
Almost.
Yeah. Okay.
See, with his vote and the other, conservatives out there, we might actually flip.
It's interesting because now that he's been in the military, and see how things are, he's now actually
Much more
sees
conservative.
what I've been talking about all these times.
You're like, son, do you get it now?
Yeah, it's like, who you vote for matters. Yeah.
So if a lot of people don't know this, there's been quite a bit of reporting that the military is getting screwed over on their absentee ballots.
Really?
They've been saying that we don't have enough printed, or we don't have enough that, or we don't have enough this. Yeah. What were you saying, Ange? Oh, they didn't pass them out.
Well, they don't want military trends Republican. That's why.
Yeah.
Of course.
Except for the upper brass who want to just blow up things and send our good troops, our good soldiers into harm's way
For no
Yeah.
reason.
for no reason.
And tape up their magazines so they can't shoot back.
Well, there's that. Yeah. Larry, do you have any updates yet?
So far, we've got 111 electoral college votes for Trump. Harris trails with 72.
Are these confirmed?
Oh, it's they've called it. So yeah, they've called Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Arizona, Oklahoma, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, and South Carolina for Trump.
It's a big blob of red.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Illinois and Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Maryland, and D.C., Democrat City.
Yeah.
For Harry Balls.
Florida's usually a big one that determines one of the ones that
They've
determines
already
victory.
called Florida for
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah, we see the map. Yeah.
Larry, can we get
Actually, Trump is Florida 56% right now.
do they have a county by county breakdown? I would like to see how Illinois is going because
Illinois.
Illinois
is it's a lot of noise there. Illinois,
No noise. Illinois.
because there was a lot of people in Chicago, especially in the black population that were saying, "Fuck you, we're not voting Democrat anymore."
Well, let me
and
see
I would
what
love to
happens.
see.
If that pans out,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I'd
not
love-
letting me.
it's not letting you go county by
No,
county.
right now it's showing Harris 57.8, Trump 41.7.
Yep, I got you on the
But-
screen, Larry.
It's
there
it'll
it
be
is.
interesting to see if that actually pans out.
Yeah, that's going to be real interesting to see how that goes. But Florida, is right here. And here we go. 56-42. Well, let's call that 56-43.
Yeah, they tried to pull some shenanigans down in Florida because of those two proposals they had on the ballot.
Right.
I don't remember them calling Florida this early.
Yeah, that's real.
But I mean, they've been trying to, because of the two proposals, the one about the corporate marijuana and the other one about the abortion till the day of birth.
Right.
Yeah.
They think they're going to try and flip Florida or somehow.
I mean,
people to come out for that.
how? I guess it comes down to two things in my mind, but I'm not seared to my conscience so that I don't have any feeling in this area. But I guess it comes down to two things on this. Either you're that ignorant of what's actually going on, and I've seen that many times.
A lot of people.
You show somebody a video of what actually happens in an abortion, and the vast majority of people, once they see that, they go, "Oh my God, this is horrible," and they flip because they just hear the issue, they just hear the talking points on it, the BS on it, and they don't realize. But then you have this vocal minority in that crowd that it is either a sacrament for them if they're on the very, very deep demonic side, or they're so devoid of humanity and compassion and true love. They're so narcissistic or what's another one of those psychopathic. They got so much that they believe that issue of abortion is the pinnacle of their, and that's what they ran on. That's what Harris ran on, is this whole thing of abortion.
I saw a video where
Mhm.
one chick was out there. She was basically calling the unborn baby a parasite.
Oh, of course.
Norris, chicks is not what they like to be called.
Say what?
Chicks
Yeah,
is,
she can call
chicks-
an
chicks-
unborn baby a parasite. You can't call her a chick
don't-
because
yeah.
that would be offensive.
Them
to her.
bitches don't like chick.
I was being generous with chick.
You were being yeah.
I had a better term I could have used.
This wait, this non-birthing person, because she clearly liked abortion more than birthing.
Obviously,
Yeah, non-birthing person. Any other updates on there? We'll keep checking back as we go through the night. But we're hearing anecdotal reports
Yeah.
across the board that there is an extremely low turnout of Democrats. Larry, Did you want to comment on that? The low turnout of Democrats being reported anecdotally?
Well, Ann Arbor was slow to non-existent pretty much all day. They were my sources were telling me that they were
Okay.
and they were the same thing was happening around Wayne County. The Democrats.
One more time.
Slap that thing.
Yeah, his mic is in and
I know.
out.
I just turned off the.
Oh, yeah. I hear the voice now.
Oh, you got the microphone. Just make sure the pack's on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it any better?
I don't know why
than
it's cutting out because I just turned off the noise gate and turned off the other thing. Go ahead, Larry. Continue.
Okay.
So around Wayne County, it's the same thing.
Where's his cable? Is
Give me
he detaching his cable?
No, it's not him.
Oh,
It's the damn pack. Okay. We need new equipment.
all right. Oh, well, then
Try it.
Is that better?
Well, now I can't hear anything. So
Now
I
you
can.
can't hear anything.
I hear him.
Now he broke his stuff.
They broke your mic.
I leaned on the table and turned down my volume. Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
So
Larry.
my sources were telling me out of Ann Arbor and Wayne County that it was slow voting today.
Very good. That's what we want to hear.
Yeah, Livingston was already 65% by 10:30 a.m. when I
Yeah,
went.
Livingston was hammered
Yeah.
all day. All over Livingston County was hammered.
That's
all
because
day.
it's one of the reddest counties in the state, and we're gonna get out there and vote. You know how many people were like, "Did you vote yet?
Did
you
that
vote
map
yet? Did
just
you vote?"
change their?
It did.
What we got there?
Nebraska and
Larry, why don't you give us a?
What
Yeah.
happened?
South Dakota.
Look at your map.
Okay. Well,
You gotta bring it down.
178,
Oh, both of them.
I know, but
113.
squeeze it back so that we can see the whole country.
Yeah, but remember, California or New York hasn't come in, so that's going to change dramatically.
And I'll tell you what, they if you do it, 2 fingers on the thing, Larry.
Reverse pinch.
Oh,
There
we
you go.
Thank you, sir.
And then you can scroll back out because I went too
Yeah,
much.
that's
I went too much.
yeah, a little micro.
That that particular laptop. Listen, if there's any people with any cash left,
Wow.
yeah.
I think we're watching Fox News.
If there's any people out there with cash left or anticipating Trump winning big, and you would like to support the show,
the QR codes are on the screen.
Buy a new laptop.
The QR codes are on the
this
screen.
laptop, I've replaced the battery and I replaced something else on it, and it works fine.
Yes.
But the touch screen, if I turn the touch screen on,
Yeah.
it has a glitch in it where it just keeps it touches itself. It's like
Oh,
it's like a
nice.
Democrat.
It's like a
It's like a
It
Democrat.
just touches itself, and it'll sit there and freak out with a spot on the screen, just like opening and closing windows and opening and closing windows. And I'm like, so I had to turn the touch screen off because it just freaks out. So you'd normally just grab the screen and just do that, and you
like
can't.
The Democrat porn commercial.
A Democrat porn commercial is exactly right. That's and they touch themselves, and then when somebody else touches them, they go get an abortion because that's, I don't know. Either they're molesting kids or
What
they're
are you
killing
doing?
kids. I don't know what's going on. What are you doing, Larry?
He's not used to doing this kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm not used to doing it. I'm used to touch screens. You just go.
Are you doing? I'm going to give Patrick the chance,
There
and then I'm going to make my grandson come over here and do
you
it.
go. Just leave it there. We're good.
What's the music? Where's the music coming from?
I'm sorry, Nebraska's a split state.
Yeah. Nibber. Dude, we can't play music. Who's doing that? Are you doing that?
No.
We got a community strike last week from YouTube, and all 4 subscribers over there are deprived of our content now.
It was
Just for that last show. Oh, you mean for this one?
No, for
Because-
last show, they was taken down.
The last show was taken.
I pretty much get an email every other week about
it was because of
content
the
from
break media,
2 years ago, and then content from. I know I
which is
disputed it.
ridiculous because it was Dice.
I disputed it.
Yeah.
I disputed it.
Anyway, I'll take the QR codes down. Thank you for your donations. I just was.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
The vinyls.
Yeah.
When I think about
Anyways,
you.
all right. So what do we got? What's our count? 178. What's our number? Our number is
270.
270.
100 points away.
Yeah, those will be the hardest fought ones, right?
Yeah. Well, and you know what the funny thing is, I find it very suspicious that this woman's winning anything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Especially over 100.
Go ahead, grab that microphone, Angie. I want to hear what you want to say.
She had like 113 electoral
117,
votes.
Yeah.
I can't believe that she actually hit 100, let alone, 113 right now.
Well, that tells you the state of our country.
Right. Well, you've got a lot of people that are voting on abortion
There you go.
ignorantly.
Emotion.
They're voting on the emotion. You're exactly right. And they're also voting just because they're indoctrinated to that dynamic. And those are legitimate.
Some are just evil.
And those are legitimate. Now, the illegitimate, which we know that the steal is in huge, that's why we had to swamp the vote. Did you have more to say on that, Perry?
I mean,
Grab that microphone. No, I want you
if
to.
you look at society, we're just conditioned, and most people aren't like us, or they're not down the learning curve. They don't understand that they're part of the sheeple family.
Yeah.
So they just listen, and whatever's told to them, whether it be media or their politicians, I mean, they just believe what they're told.
100%. And we had to, I looked at what was big for me was watching some of these extremely blue cities that are, Trump said it and people they twisted it and everything like that. But he said, we don't want the rest of the country to go like Detroit, when he said about Detroit. And they were like, he's so racist. What did he say? No, it's been run by Democrats and it is a shithole.
Yeah.
Bottom line. Doesn't mean there aren't great people there. And I've met some wonderful people there. But overall, the infrastructure, the overall crime, the services, all that stuff is horrible in these blue cities. And then you watch predominantly African American, Black Americans rise up in these blue cities, watching them. And I cite Chicago, but it's happening in multiple cities, and they're rising up against the city councils. They're standing there, and they're giving them two middle fingers. Larry, show us your shirt. Two big middle fingers there, and they're saying, "We're done with you. We're voting for Trump." And I think that's the big, for me, watching it is one of the biggest things that's going on right now in the country, that the Democrats are quite literally shitting themselves over, is because the people that they count on to toe the line and keep them in office are abandoning them in spades. We played last week. We played on the show. We played the video of people. It was a black guy with his phone, turned it over to an Indian lady, then went to a Muslim chick, then another black guy with his phone, and they were all mocking the fact that they were being called Nazis for attending a rally at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, that's right.
He's like, "Hey, everybody, bunch of us out here, just Nazis showing up at a Trump rally." And then it turns to the chick. She's like, "Yes, I am Nazi too." And then turns to the chick. And this other chick, she's with her accent. She's like, and then it goes to the other black guy, and he's like, "Dude, I am straight up." What did he say? I don't want to misquote him, but he was like, he said something not quite straight up derogatory, but it was hilarious because he was
not coming to mind.
Yeah,
I saw.
But he said, "Yeah, I'm It was along the lines of like, I'm homie Nazi or something like that. He said something like that, and I was like, dude, we played it last week. It was hilarious, and I'm like, these people, so many people are getting it and mocking these abject, horrible people that want to keep us divided and want to keep us separated and who want to control and be, they don't even want to be, it's one thing to be at the top of something grand. It's one thing to want to be the leader of something that is beautiful and exciting and good. The Democrats, liberals, leftists, communists, socialists, whatever you want to call them, they want to be at the top of the biggest pile of shit that they can climb up on. It's not something, it's not what Reagan said, a glorious, shining city on a hill. They want it to be destroyed and still be on top of it.
They don't care as long as they control it.
Exactly. And I'm like, dude, Trump's like, you know what? If I'm going to be a leader, I'm going to be a leader of something that I'm proud of, that's honorable. And you look at it from his business exploits. And then you look at RFK. What's RFK done, right? RFK has been fighting big pharma and big agra and big food, right? For what, 40 years as a litigator and winning. So when he shows up, he's like, I'm going to take these people down because I see my fellow Americans being sickened by the policies of the FDA and the food and the CDC and all these other organizations just destroying our health, right? And then you see Elon. He wants to be at the top of his industry, right? You see Tulsi Gabbard, who was served with distinction as a soldier, and then she ran, and they pushed her aside. Why? Because she's a person of excellence. You look at Ramaswamy. He's somebody that built $1 billion company, wrote books, and then decided to run for president. Now he's aligned with Trump and out there stumping for him. You look at all the people on the Republican side, and they are people of achievement. They're people of achievement. They're people who want to be, if they're going to be the leader of something, they want to be the leader of something that is phenomenal, not the leader of something that's a garbage. Why would you want to be the mayor of a city that has shit? Why would you want to stand up there as a governor like Newsom and say, well, yeah, the Chinese delegates showed up and so we cleaned up the city. And we did it because they came, not because we want to clean up our city.
Larry, quick question. What do you got there in Kansas and Missouri for numbers? How close are those two? Kansas is above Oklahoma.
Right.
How close are those two races? Because I was
your mic
looking,
back off because you were coughing. Turn your mic back on. You were coughing.
What? How they?
No, I appreciate you turning your mic off. When
So
you
right
cough.
now, it shows Harris leading Kansas.
Yeah, I was just looking at.
So how does that work?
Well, what they
RSBN.
do is they look at
These are preliminary numbers too, guys.
Yeah, what counties usually vote one way. So if you got a county that trends Democrat and it's solid Democrat, you just automatically give those. But the counties that are solid Republican in this case, haven't reported. But the smaller counties, because Kansas is mostly Republican. So the smaller Democrat communities are getting done first.
Yeah, the reason why
That's why she's trending up.
Yeah,
But if you look, it's only 36% in. Yeah, that's gonna get
I see
blown
what
out
you're
of the
saying.
water. It's all the Republican.
Well, yeah, I was just going to tell viewers is if they're looking around and watching different things, I just was looking at the RSBN feed, and their wall had those two states. They had a blue swath. I'm trying to turn it on. My button is just not cooperating.
What are you trying to turn?
Well, I have a tower display.
Oh, you have a tower display.
That's
There
the
you
one
go.
I'm looking
There you
at.
go.
See,
All
there's
right.
a patch of blue
There's some
across
pinks.
the blue across the Kansas and Missouri because of the numbers that Larry just pulled up. That's why I wanted to
Right.
see it. I can't click on what I'm looking at. That's
So,
their feed.
What, Larry? You're on Fox feed, right?
Yeah.
And what are you on, Tim?
That was RSBN.
Okay.
As they're doing street polling and
Larry, you said to me earlier, who's the CNN? Did you send that to me, the CNN guy, or did you just cite it to me?
I've got it right here.
Just tell me what it is, or pull it up. We'll put it on the screen.
Let's see.
I don't want you to scroll through all your tabs. Just tell me what you got.
Chris Wallace, the next one.
Yeah, Chris Wallace. That's what it was.
Yeah.
So low voter turnout going on.
there was what was the other location that was low Democrat
Yeah.
that Harris was freaking out about?
Yeah.
It's on the screen.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Chris Wallace claims early exit polls showing Harris needs a mixed victory or needs a miracle. And that's what I was looking at.
wow.
The swing states are in play.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Swing states are hugely in play.
I'm not a huge fan of exit polling.
Microphone.
I'm not a huge fan of exit polling, but in this case,
Yeah. Huh?
I mean, this is devastating.
And that's what we want.
This is devastating.
We wanted to swamp the vote.
Right.
I think I think they were caught off guard in 2020 completely to the amount of theft. We know Joe Biden did not get more votes than Donald Trump legitimately. We know
Or
that.
more votes than Obama did when he won.
Correct. There's no way that Sleepy Joe got more votes than Obama.
He was not that
When
popular.
you send out all these mail-in ballots, you know that
Well,
you can't verify.
listen, if I had a cat, I would want my cat to vote too. Yeah, I'm just saying.
You know, my dad was swayed this year to vote for Biden. Of course, he passed in 2016.
This is true. Didn't we do a T-shirt? Don't let my dead relatives
Yep.
vote.
Don't
Yeah.
want my dead dad.
I don't
vote
know,
for
but I
Biden.
seen a sign today
Yeah.
that said Ella is a fella.
Totally off topic.
Completely unnecessary.
Well, you said cats.
Yeah. What do you got, Vince? Give me a.
Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Tweeted 17 minutes ago, the Republicans just took the U.S. Senate.
Awesome.
Oh, really?
He's declaring it.
17 minutes.
Do we have a senatorial map to pull up there, guys? I don't know whose thing I'm on. I'm on.
Really? Based on what? We
They're calling Texas, by
Really?
the way.
Yeah, they're calling Texas. That's 40
Yeah.
electoral
So
college
did
votes.
Cruz win Texas?
Larry, what do you want? I would assume Cruz
They
won.
But they said it was closer than it should have been.
Trump got good news in Georgia.
Oh,
You have a mic, Vince?
oh, we
Vince,
got
is your mic off? Did your pack die?
Yeah, Trump is ahead in
Hello?
Georgia.
There you go. There you go. Say it again, Vince.
Trump got good news in Georgia. I don't know what that means, but good news for Trump in Georgia.
Okay. What's the other one you said? Alex Jones is calling for.
17 minutes ago, the Republicans just took the U.S. Senate.
Did you guys see who was it? Somebody threw out the call the other day. I don't think it was on Gino or where it was. But somebody the other day, it was hilarious. He said, "You know what? I'm inviting Donald Trump," and it's somebody who knows him. But he's like, "I'm inviting Donald Trump. We're gonna go down to the Capitol on whatever day it is that the Senate changes over." And he goes, "We're gonna set up some folding chairs right outside of Schumer's office and watch that fucker walk out of there. You're no longer the Senate leader. Get out." No,
Shifty shift.
no,
Chuck Schumer?
Schumer,
Schumer's the leader.
not Adam Schiff.
Schiff is
Chuck
running for
Schumer.
Senate.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, we want him gone.
Californication.
Yeah.
I got a little production note for you. This is just humorous, just for me.
Mhm.
But these guys only had Harris at 99 points. But this is just humorous for my purposes. This is RSBN as they're doing their electoral feed. There's their graphics. Green screen, so now I can see you. What I
Nice.
see is their green screen.
Oh, nice.
Oh, and then a black floating
Oh,
box over
nice.
the top of one of
That's
their guys.
nice.
So even
Hey,
the professionals
Can
have
we find
wonderful
I don't have-
transitions.
I don't have Vince loaded up on my laptop, but
Right.
can we find I got you turned off. That's Patrick.
Okay.
Patrick
It's
probably,
Patrick eating food.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
he does that.
I know I
It's
heard
like
them here and no.
Koala bear. There's the rest of the
Crowder, louder Crowder.
Crowder, yeah.
Can you go to Crowder because they
Steve?
spent like $10 million and they have the most viewership right now of anybody
Oh, right.
watching the election, and they spent like $10 million to put people in all of the places
Oh, yeah, you did.
so that they could monitor the election. So they probably have the most accurate stuff from a conservative standpoint out of anybody, but I don't know how they set it up. I didn't preview that to see how that
What was
is.
that?
Did you find it?
Whoa.
Oh, shit.
It just updated.
Is that on Crowder?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's that at? Electionintegritymap.com?
Yep.
Okay, electionintegritymap.com.
I had to refresh a couple times. 'Cause
Okay.
I think it's probably close to crashing because there's
Dude, there's so many people. Yeah, every time he does these big feeds, it's huge.
says 14 called red states, 4 called blue states.
So as soon as we get the graphic up here, we're actually showing
I didn't spell that right.
100 election integrity. Was it, Vince? Electionintegritymap.com.
Oh, well, that helps.
Yeah.
They're calling 154
Electoral
votes to 27 for Kamala Toe. That's better.
That sounds close.
That sounds more on par with reality because
sounds free and
Not really
fair.
trusting of Fox News.
no, this. Yeah, I'm not trusting Fox News either. They called, what did they call last time?
They called Arizona early, I think.
Yeah, it was like 0.01%.
Yeah. It's like how many precincts have reported?
It's black and me.
That page
half
is
of
taking
one.
forever.
Well, we got 10 votes. Let's call it.
Yeah.
Did you find it, Tim?
It's taking forever to load.
Yeah, they're having
Yeah, it's,
they beefed up their traffic and they still are getting inundated. Last time I checked, they had like 2 million.
As long as I spelled it right.
Was it 2 million live?
ELECT.
No, it was more than that.
I had to close off of it on Rumble
Because it was getting over
600,000 live viewers.
Yeah, they're crashing Rumble. They've crashed Rumble before.
And the owner of Rumble thanks them.
Yeah, of course.
It's a good problem.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have. And they keep every time something happens, Rumble tries to make the platform better. We're on Rumble tonight. That's what we're literally using Rumble's. Well, we have all of our equipment here, but we're using Rumble's portal,
Rumble
Studio,
Yeah.
to go to all the other platforms.
Did you pay to
including,
get the
including
watermark
YouTube?
removed?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually there'd be a watermark up above.
Yeah.
This is my brain.
Yeah. With all of the revenue from our viewership.
Yep.
We you know what? Every time you guys hit the thumbs up, an angel gets its wings. So please hit the thumbs up. I'd like to say that we get a penny every time, which would be great, but we'll just stick with the angel getting its wings, and that's good enough for me tonight.
So that's the 154 to 30 on that Crowder.
Yeah.
I might be able to get the full image in there if I back it off a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can look at all the situations people called in.
So they're
It's all over the
so
map.
with,
All of those little
with Crowder, they're being much more conservative on their calls, but they have, like I said, like 10 million people boots on the ground. And if you realize when Crowder went through a whole bunch of stuff, a year and a half ago,
with his wife.
No, when he broke with his, I want to say it was, I
get your picture in picture up here.
Right. What the hell is it? Blaze
TV.
Didn't he have he didn't have a
that's
contract with them?
right.
Yeah.
They didn't renew the contract. They launched their own whole own thing,
Platform.
and they launched all of their own stuff. They actually have a more robust undercover investigative network than Project Veritas had at their height. They have a more robust investigative group now than Veritas had when they were doing it, and more than what James O'Keefe, who was at Veritas and got ousted, has right now.
Oh, they have somebody in Ann Arbor. It's just their exclamation points in the wrong place.
They just updated again. Trump 195.
That's just Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Fox is at 195 to what with Camel 115.
113.
And their site just crashed.
Mm-hmm.
That's including New York in that total for 113?
Vince, refresh your computer and see if you're crashed.
I just refreshed it.
And it's like, it just crashed. Yeah, we'll have to go back and check with it. They've spent a lot of money and it's
all of our viewers just went over there and then we just killed it.
Yeah. I don't know why they would go over there. We just get it from us
because we mentioned it.
Vince, you want to click on our feed there and see where we're at with our anything awesome going on in chat other than Larry.
Oh, sweet.
Nothing awesome in chat.
Larry's just putting.
Oh yeah, there's a couple. No, there's a couple.
Michigan
awesome
is
cat
cheating?
heads.
How dare they?
Michigan is cheating.
A couple cat heads.
Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. We appreciate all of you. What are you looking at, Norris? Share it with all the rest of the children.
Share it with the rest.
Okay, not grand.
Slap that pack. I got it muted.
Looking at stuff on Putnam Township.
Just slap that pack.
No, that's
there you go. That's great.
That's child abuse.
What's going on in Putnam Township? You ran for a trustee, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was
In the
just looking to see
primaries.
How the rest of them did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was getting a little worried that the Democrats had won.
Swing states are in play. That's a very interesting thing.
Norris, can you hear when it buzzes, or you cannot hear? Exactly. Can you hear when your mic is buzzing? Can you hear the
a
fuzz?
I'm not sure if it's in mine.
Oh, it's yours is the only one that does it.
See that? Do you hear it now?
Now it's quiet.
Okay.
Wait, can we hear him though?
No, you can't hear him. I'm saying I muted it
Oh, you muted it to show that the
to
buzz
show
goes
him
away.
that the buzz.
Okay.
Can you hear
I
that?
apologize that I give you the pack.
And sometimes
know-
it's position. You put it in your pocket, maybe the buzz will go
No,
away.
you know what? Just slide it further and further down the table.
Away from cell phones.
Look at that.
It's cell phones, dude.
It's well, the problem is that I have
5G.
lapels.
Yeah.
Listen, half these lapel mics I had from a while ago, and the frequency that they use now is interfered by
Too
everything.
close
It's
together.
probably this. I guarantee if we put a spectrum in here, one of the detectors
Oh,
of
right.
all the, there's so many. We're being bathed
Radiated.
in frequencies right now
Yeah.
between this cell phone connected with that and this computer connected with this and this thing connected with that. And at a certain point, they have to change the bandwidths of all these frequencies so they don't overlap. I literally, and that's not to even include the fact that I was talking with one of my other, I was talking with Matt Rinko, my drummer. And I says, yeah, I kill watches. Years ago, I would kill a quartz watch, a regular like digital quartz watch.
Yeah.
Or analog with a quartz movement in a month.
Just because the electromagnetic
Because of
frequency
my
their own-
electromagnetic, whatever it is, would just kill a watch. And I was disappointed.
Did you ever wear mood rings and get a specific color?
No, but I would wear
Because you
the.
got shocked that one time.
But I couldn't. I could never wear. I could never wear
Grab the
copper.
live wire.
Copper? Yeah.
I couldn't keep copper because I thought it was a bad thing, and now I'm realizing I need to have a piece of copper in my pocket at all times.
Yeah.
And just let it turn green.
Oh, wow.
From touching it because it's absorbing. They used to have copper or
Green.
brass, right?
Gibbs is now banner. He's his trick is he's angry all the time.
Doorknobs and silver doorknobs in a lot of hospitals, right?
Right.
Or silver alloy doorknobs or copper
That's
brass
for antibacterial. They use the silver
because they absorb. They pull the negative frequencies, and so I'm like, I strayed away from copper for a long time, thinking that it was just bad for me, not realizing that it was absorbing any negativity that I had and just I would put like a copper ring. I would go up to the UP. Patrick went with me on a great fishing trip a couple of years ago, and being in Copper County, we would go up there and you'd hit the museums, right? Or the little shops there, and they'd have a copper ring or something like this, and I would get a copper ring. And by the end of the day, it's turning green. And I'm thinking, am I sweating? Am I doing this? Am I doing that? It was absorbing any negative energy from me. And I'm like, dude. And now I realize I just need to carry a piece of copper and let it do its job. Let us do its job. I don't know what else.
I saw a video today that was a mother talking about using your cell phone with Bluetooth to your car.
Mm-hmm.
She said, if you have your kids in the car, do not do that because it makes the whole car just like a microwave oven.
Yeah.
They're just microwaving yourself and your kids.
Well, they say what worse would be the electric vehicles that charging.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because nobody talks about that. Right?
We're being bathed in frequencies.
Don't you want your whole car to be a wireless charging pad?
Your phone automatically charges while you're going down the road. Cool.
Perry, you were going to say something, Perry? Grab that microphone.
Turn it on.
Get that microphone first.
Get the
Go ahead,
microphone.
Start over.
We're thinking that a lot of this technology is good, but it's harming us. It's what we don't. It's what they're not telling us.
Correct.
Right? The side effects to all of this.
100%.
Yeah. So hopefully, after this election, a lot of this stuff will go bye-bye.
Yeah. Well, it's going to play into with what I know it's going to play in a huge dynamic, a huge factor in what RFK is going to do. Because it's not just, thank you, Larry. It's not just the chemicals. It's not just the horrible drugs that we have in the economy, but it's also these frequencies that we're dealing with.
They're microwaves.
They're microwaves.
They're actually
literally
frying us.
Correct. Well, they know that if you put a cell phone to your head and talk on the phone, within 15 minutes, it's raised your brain temperature by 2 degrees, or 1 degree or 2 degrees, whatever. It's going up there. And this is my brain show, so I mean, we're kind of concerned with that. But I'm looking forward to RFK tackling that. I'm also looking forward to Tesla. Elon Musk.
Right.
And I want Vince to speak to this a little bit. But to a certain extent, but I think he's woke up enough. When his kid got transitioned without his permission and his son is now a girl. He's, for all intents and purposes.
I'm talking about as far as the business side.
Right. Of course. But he's at a certain point, there are businessmen like Trump that we barely in the news, in the mainstream, the old legacy media ever hear the stories of how awesome he was, how he gave bonuses to the lowest level workers and to the minority workers, and just came in and walked through the office and just went, he said it on one of his rallies the other day. He was complaining about the microphones cutting out. Right. So we're not the only ones that have problems with microphones. Right.
Right.
President of the United States has that issue. But he said, he's like, they're not getting paid. He's like, your microphones suck. He had to grab it off the stand and hold the microphone because it was feeding back, because he's used to talking to a podium microphone that has a distance, and he had to bring it in close because it was having so much feedback. And he says, like, you're not getting paid. We go to all these rallies. We're doing all these rallies. You're not getting paid. And he goes, if you were doing a good job, you might even get paid double. And he's on record doing that.
Yeah.
That if you do a good job, you're going to get a bonus. You're going to get paid more. You do a bad job, and he's going to fight you on the payment because you didn't do the job you were supposed to do.
Yeah.
I tend to lead towards someone like Elon as somebody like that, because he has that temperament of, if I honor the people that work for me, they're going to produce a good product. Working in the automotive industry, that if you don't, you see the shitty work that comes out because guys can just abuse the system or they're not being honored. I have consistently over time always tried to overpay the people that work for me, because it creates and then also give them ownership. I'll overpay you a little bit more than your skill, but then I'll require of you more responsibility and taking more ownership over something. When I put you on a task, I expect you to rise to that challenge, because I'll do it. There are multiple. I was talking with my buddy Matt, the owner of the gym down there that we're working on, and we were literally said it today when we were unloading stuff. And I said, dude, we got a delivery of a roof product that none of us have never actually installed. This is a roof system none of us have actually installed. I have the most carpentry experience, but we've never installed this particular roof system. And the people who sold it to him, they're like, are you going to be able to handle this? You're going to be able to tackle this? You're going to, and Matt goes, well, I got a guy that's got a lot of great experience. And he said, we just finished this other roof system that we'd never done before. And the guys that we hired that built this out of several $100,000 that never finished it properly, we took over and finished it correctly from them. So I think we'll be, not arrogantly, but pretty confidently, I think we'll be able to tackle this system too. We'll do our research. We'll study the plans. We'll study your design and how to put it together, your plans to put it together. You got to pause me when you're doing that. So I get it on because Patrick's going to be on. Yeah. There is a bottle down there, I think, if you guys run low. Anyways, and I looked at that and I turned around to Matt as you guys were still unloading stuff. And I said, look, there are the list of things that I won't try to tackle because we need to tackle them is really small. If I have to tackle it, I'll tackle it. And my point was that a person like Elon tends to be that type of guy that will tackle something, but he'll honor the people that work for him and he'll work through the problem and he'll get to the other side. I'm not saying he's a perfect person. Trump's not a perfect person. RFK is not a perfect person. None of these guys are perfect people.
Jesus Christ.
Correct. And you know what I thought about this, and I want to address this because
that makes me feel real good.
What makes you feel good over there, Patrick?
Well, Detroit and Ann Arbor are blue, and so is Grand Rapids, but Flint.
Oh, really?
Red. Yeah.
Nice.
Flint's red.
What's the precinct reporting though? What's the reporting?
Oh yeah. We don't have that yet.
You don't have the percentage reporting?
We don't have that, but I don't know how. I don't know how they're. I don't know how the reporting's working. This is channel 4.
He's on 3. Larry, you're not
Yeah,
on.
he's not even on at all.
You sneezed again or something.
I was going to mention,
There
you've
we
never
go.
asked me to step up and do anything because you guys keep asking me to do grout, which is getting down. So that's
Only do tile, no
you
grout.
said 2 years ago, if you ever need help on grout, I'm in.
I know.
And so I just keep poking the bear
You do, 'cause
periodically.
My,
'Cause I'm like,
my fat ass don't like getting down
Listen,
on my knees.
We don't do grout.
We don't do grout.
Don't do grout.
We don't do grout.
We have a new company.
We have a new company,
Yep.
the electric tree plumbing company.
Yeah, the
electric
tree plumbing company.
Electric tree plumbing.
Yep.
We only do tile.
No grout.
That's electric tree plumbing. We
Electric
only do tile.
tree plumbing.
We only do tile. What do we? No grout.
No grout.
No grout.
No ground.
And this month only,
Christmas lights.
Christmas light hanging, 50% off.
50% off.
Yeah, but we only do tile
Yep. Unless you're away, then
Uh,
we will actually do cat sitting.
and no grout.
Yeah.
Oh, we do cat sitting.
Yes.
Yeah, twice the price.
Yep.
Electric tree plumbing.
Electric tree plumbing.
Electric tree plumbing.
Coming
We
this-
only do tile.
Yep. Coming this spring.
Coming this spring, electric tree plumbing.
Also,
We're gonna have also
certified chiropractor.
Oh, yes.
certified chiropractors.
Yes.
Yes. Let's demonstrate.
Yes.
My back's out of whack. Let's go. Let's do it.
47.
Certified chiropractors. Who certified us?
It's gonna be like
I printed that certificate.
All right.
The certification.
That's not helpful.
What the hell
That's
is
not
that?
helpful. I was actually hoping for a crack. My hands are numb.
told you
I
certified.
gotta play guitar.
You crackheads.
I don't have my
Uh,
certified table.
So certified chiropractors and
Certified chiropractor.
we only do tile though. We only do tile and Christmas tree lights and a couple other things, but we only do tile.
It's
No
actually
grout?
wait.
No
It's certificated.
Yeah.
Because we printed that certificate. So we're
This is true.
certificated.
This is true. We certify ourselves.
chiropractors.
Electric tree plumbing. Look us up. It's a
Electric tree
household
plumbing.
name.
Certificated.
It's a, house-
No, I like certified.
it's a household name.
Just
Electric tree
different-
plumbing.
different
Larry's
pronunciation.
going to be in there.
Certified.
You were supposed to do it at the beginning of the show, Larry.
Certificated. Yeah, certificated.
Oh, you're going to obligate me now?
Certificated.
Oh.
Larry asked me yesterday, and he reminded me today
You know,
that he would
Jesus
like to obligate
this,
me
Jesus
to
that.
pray.
Jesus, Larry.
And then didn't remind me right at the beginning of the show because we
No, I
don't right
reminded you
in.
right at the beginning of the show.
When?
I mean, while
What?
we were eating.
Oh, while I
I
was
reminded you.
eating.
Yes.
And then I came
And then
upstairs and
I've
did
been sitting here
15
waiting for you
things.
to get to it, and I didn't want to remind you, and I'm just sitting here waiting. But you thought
You
of it
wanna
all by
remind you?
yourself. So you're
Well, are you going to leave at the break?
I was going to do
No.
we have break stuff or no?
good. No,
I think I loaded some break media.
I was going to make a point and then I'll do the prayer. But the point's escaping me. I was on something before I got into
Yeah, I
electric
got
tree
break
plumbing.
media.
You were on something.
I was on to something and I was going to make a point and I need somebody to help me. Maybe check the chat.
Elon Musk, and then stepping up, and then you're
check the
talking to Matt, and then
chat.
something about electric tree.
Was it the stepping up?
It was between the stepping
Well, I
up
was
and the
talking
electric
about,
tree.
I was also talking about that Trump. Oh, that's what
Elon,
it was.
yeah.
With Elon.
Yeah.
One of the things that I'm really hopeful for and expecting with Elon, and I wanted Vince to kind of touch this, is that Tesla, which his car company is Tesla, right? Tesla tech, when you go back and study it, and Vince and I have studied Tesla tech for. I remember watching Tesla tech on History Channel when I actually reported history during
Like his e-walls and everything.
just and one thing Tesla talked about was he says all of this is frequency and vibration.
Oh, the original Tesla. That's
Original Tesla. And so I'm looking one of the things that I'm watching at Tesla with is, and going back to what Perry was talking about, is that we're being bathed in this. And I want to see Tesla start to dive in it because he's very on the rockets and he's very on the electric cars and he's very on a lot of this stuff. But 3 years ago, he was a full-blown leftist. So people go on their journey. And I want to see this guy, as well as a lot of other people, come over to where we come into harmony so that this cell phone is no longer a disharmonious. It's not, we're out of frequency with it, but then we get into frequency. You know, they set up cell towers in Europe that almost wiped out entire forests because the frequency they were using in the cell towers was the exact frequency length of the needles on these trees, these old growth forests. It was exact frequency, and the needles were dropping off these trees prematurely and killing the trees until they realized that it was the wrong frequency. And wisely, in retrospect, not wisely coming into it to test it beforehand, but wisely in retrospect, they changed the frequency of the towers so it was no longer affecting the forest. I want to see these little computer gadgets that are phenomenal for all of us to be able to look up stuff, to be able to check and do research and do this and talk to each other and communicate with each other, get into a harmonious place with all of us. So the frequencies are no longer at odds with us. I've even talked about it with my band. we've actually talked about retuning our instruments to 432,
Yeah.
which is a more harmonious frequency, because we play in the standard, which the Nazis, literally the Germans in the 30s and 40s, redid the frequencies from 432, which is a harmonious frequency of an A, to a 440 tuning.
440, yeah.
They brought it up 8 hertz. Pat, what were you going to say over there, Perry?
There's a reason. This is not changing the subject.
No,
but
right in
I'm
line
going
with
to
it,
add to it.
Yeah.
They've removed a lot of the bells, like 100% of the bells in the churches in every state because of their frequency.
Yeah.
Because they were healing.
They were very healing.
They were very healing. So
Yeah.
why did they do that? Well, again, pharmakia, you know, they don't want people. They don't want people healthy.
Right.
Right. And just like what you're talking about at 432,
yeah,
they know that these frequencies have an effect.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. And when we get into frequency, and I'll let you go in a second, Angie. When we get into frequency harmonization, people don't even realize. You said microwave, and who said it was you, Perry, or was it Norris? I think it was you, Perry. Said about when you whoever said it was the Bluetooth in the car. Was it you, Patrick? Yeah. When you get into the vehicle and it's a microwave with the Bluetooth going around, right? Right. Well, Vince for a couple of years, like 5-6 years, he was like, I'm not using a microwave. He just refused to use a microwave. Yeah. Right. Until I said to him, I says, look, I understand what you're saying, but realize all that a microwave does is it's attuned to 120-degree frequency of a water molecule, and it just makes the water molecule oscillate. Now, you can get that water molecule to oscillate through boiling. You can get that water molecule to oscillate through frequency. Either way, but we got to be more concerned with the microplastics. We got to be more concerned with these other things. But oscillating just that water molecule in and of itself is not a bad thing. And once he started to do his own research and look at that, he's like, okay, all right. And so he doesn't have as much of a problem using a microwave, you know. But it's coming into a place of harmony. What were you going to say, Angie?
But what I was going to say is that frequency was actually God's design. Okay, the shofar, the sound of the shofar. Okay, why is it that the worshipers and the shofar blowers went first in many wars in the Old Testament?
They were setting the frequency for the atmosphere.
Setting the frequency, absolutely. Yeah. And also essential oils that have healing.
Oh, they're phenomenal.
Each oil has a frequency.
Yep.
And disease has a frequency.
Yep.
Very low frequency.
Yeah.
And using essential oils actually can raise your frequency of your body, and the higher your frequency, the more that your body can stay away from illness and infirmity. So that's all God's design, because oils are made from the plants. And what does the enemy do? He wants to kill, steal, and destroy, and pervert
100%.
And everything that of God's. So these microwaves and all these things are doing our bodies harm.
Right.
We know what kingdom they come from.
Correct. But we can tune them in.
Yeah.
It's just like the protest at Kellogg, right? The protest at Kellogg was not that Kellogg is a horrible, evil company. Maybe, maybe not, right? But either way, they're selling a product in Europe that is devoid of all these chemicals and garbage in it. And they're selling a product here in America that's full of all these chemicals. So look, remove the garbage and give us the same product.
But every single company that sells products in America or Europe, their recipes are totally different.
Totally different.
Even your beverages. I worked for Pepsi Cola for 30 years.
Yeah.
The beverages were different
fruits
between
and vegetables.
Yeah.
All of them.
And that comes down to exactly what we're saying is frequency, frequency.
I got a question though.
Huh?
Who allows it?
Well, we allow it. We allow it because we've been hijacked by the farm.
FDA allows it.
FDA. Well, yeah.
Absolutely.
What is it? I just heard it yesterday. 30% of the drugs approved by the FDA
are recalled
eventually and have lawsuits.
So I got a question about the
30%.
frequency. Have you heard the one about how bees determine what flowers to land on?
By frequency?
I was asking. I'm sorry, Angie.
You're asking Angie?
No.
You haven't heard? Okay, so bees. There was a show that in the pollination cycle of a flower, as it produces the stamen and it creates a connected to the ground, it creates a certain frequency vibration when there is more pollen on the actual flower. And so that vibration, that frequency that it's emitting, the bees can hear it and see it and land on that flower. Once the bee lands on it, it grounds the flower, removes the frequency until the pollen gets rebuilt back up again. So a bee flying around can hear what flowers have and have not been landed on.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, based
That's
on
phenomenal.
frequency. Yeah, another
And-
question for you too is, why did the Israeli archer not fire when the signal was given? Because the horns were so far.
Don't stop. But that's the beauty of it. I always think of the church in there's a church in Scotland that has all these little, what do you call them, sconces. There's little squares throughout the whole church, and for hundreds of years, just like a 1400s church, and for a couple centuries they lost any understanding of what that church was or what it was about. And then somebody started doing frequencies on plates, right? They're playing an A, they're playing an E, they're playing a G, they're playing whatever note they're playing in whatever octave. And those plates, like a 12-inch plate with sand on it, whatever frequency you put into it will vibrate, and it creates a unique pattern every single frequency. And they found out that this church was full of these beautiful notes.
Yeah, the frequency.
Yeah. And they went through and mapped it out. And I've watched the documentary on it where they went through, figured out which frequency of all these things were, and then however they figured out how the flow of it was going around the church, and they played the music. And again, it's that healing, powerful, awesome music. I know you have break media. Let's do this. Larry asked me to do this. Let's pray real quick. Lord, we ask that you would lead, guide, and direct each and every one of us by your precious Holy Spirit. Speak to each and every one of us in this time in our country where we need righteousness more than ever. We need your guidance so that we can go beyond the destruction that has been put before us. The enemy has decided to kill, steal, and destroy. But Lord, you came to give us life and life more abundantly. And we've reached a cycle in this time that we're either going to be renewed or we're going to be destroyed. And I believe that you have ordained and desired for us to be renewed and to be that shining light on a hill and to remove the corruption throughout our country, throughout our government, and throughout the lives of each and every one of us. None of us are ever going to be perfect, but we will embrace being the best that we can be according to who you created us to be. Then that is all you demand of us. That is all you desire of us. And so, Lord, we lift up our country before you right now. Lord, we speak over these elections. We speak that any and all, because we know what's happening, corruption be exposed. The dross, as we're refining the gold, is brought to the surface so it can be removed, so that it can be purified. Lord, we lift up President Trump before you. We believe he will be our next president again. We lift up his entire cabinet. We lift up all those that are going to support him governmentally in the Congress and the Senate. Lord, we speak ultimate protection over them. In Jesus' name, we cancel demonic assignments over their life. We know that they've tried to take him out at least 3 times. We cancel those attacks. We speak protection over him. And Lord, we call upon you to empower your people to speak into the atmosphere tonight, to speak frequency tonight, that this country becomes a righteous nation again. Not a pious, religious, hypocritical nation, but a truly righteous nation that knows who they are in you and who you are in them, and that we walk out what you've called us to do, and that we show the rest of the world what it means to be good, to know your purpose, to walk in that purpose. Lord, we thank you for this. Thank you for what you're doing in each and every one of us. And Lord, we proclaim and declare in Jesus' name that President Trump will take office and he will be the spirit-filled leader that you've called him to be, with all of us in connection with him. Because he always says it's not just, he's the focal point, but he's not the only one. It's all of us. We the people. It's a restoration of we the people. And Lord, we thank you for this nation that was birthed so many years ago through blood, sweat, and tears and a battle. We're in another battle today. It's an emotional, spiritual, societal battle. But we will prevail in Jesus' name, Lord, and we thank you. Amen.
Amen.
We're going to go to break. When we come back, we'll have more coverage. Vince sent me this to let you guys know.
Yeah, it's going to take you to X.
It's going to take me to X. All right, but I'm going to pull it up. I want you guys to see this. This is
X is going to give it to you.
This is everybody in America right now. Just watching, checking things out. But I believe that God has ordained such a time as this
Will
for
we
people
wake up tomorrow and still have a constitutional republic?
We will. We will. I
Yes,
believe
we
it.
will. Yes.
I believe it. Flawed or not, I listened to the prophetic word of Kim Clement back when he originally gave it, and I've listened to it multiple times since then. And the only part of his prophetic word that has not been fulfilled is Trump's second term. Everything else about his prophetic word, and it wasn't just one night, it was multiple nights. Tim, take us away on the break.
This is my brain.
Saw this graphic, this political cartoon. For radio listeners, I'll describe it. It shows a tree, and above the surface, with the branches, it says inflation, high taxes, open borders, globalism, recession, defund the police, violence, human trafficking, fentanyl, deaths. He goes on and on. But the problem with the graphic by Branco, a great political cartoonist, is it's got Joe Biden as the root and the donkey and Obama and a sippy cup.
There's a through line of hate, from massacres of indigenous people to the original sin of slavery, the terror of the Klan, to anti-immigration violence against the Irish, Italians, Chinese, Mexicans. So many of those lace through our history. There's a through line of violence against religious groups, anti-Semitic, anti-Catholic, anti-Mormon, anti-Muslim, anti-Hindu, anti-Sikh. And that through line of hate never fully goes away.
But the root causes are really the globalists like Klaus Schwab.
They're grooming a younger generation of globalist talent. They're focused on cultivating this next generation, and they've proven that they're quite good at this. This is a quote from Schwab in 2017. I have to say that when I mention now names like Miss Angela Merkel, even Vladimir Putin and so on, they've all been young global leaders at the WEF. But what we're very proud of now is the young generation like Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We penetrate the cabinet. But we see he's complimenting himself for doing what? Infiltrating the Canadian government, grooming the prime minister, and then infiltrating his cabinet. So again, where does that leave the Daily Beast in their theory that this is some sort of a conspiracy? This is all a rebrand or a relaunch of the New World Order, which was, again, called a conspiracy. Right. And it was to create a totalitarian world government, perhaps something akin to what we've seen from the UN, from the EU, or the WHO. They've been in the news a little bit lately. Unelected, unaccountable to the people, but they tell you what to do with your lives. So what the Great Reset architects believe is that modern democracy and a free market capitalism, not kind of capitalism we have today, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but the free market capitalism has failed. And the only way to fix it is by marrying corporate interests and the increasingly powerful state. This will create corporatist superstates, or maybe one day a superstate, that will see a new world government take shape. It's already happening, though it might not necessarily take the form of a government. It's a functional dictatorship via corporations. That's what they're doing, and it's already happening.
and his corporate controllers, like Bill Gates.
This guy's unelected, and he's got way too much influence in global healthcare. He's a college dropout. He's not even a coder. Did you know that? He doesn't write code. He's just a monopolist. That's what he's, a criminal and a monopolist. And he went to Jeffrey Epstein's island, which makes a lot of people say he's a child raper. He told Trump, don't set up a commission on vaccines to study vaccines. That would be a dead end. That would be a bad thing. Why? What are they going to find out? They're going to find out that vaccines are safe and effective, right? Wouldn't that be good?
And the King of England, who is involved in all this eugenics and depopulation, King Charles III.
At the moment, we've so degraded natural systems, ecosystems, biodiversity, that it's becoming increasingly impossible for nature to sustain us. At the moment, it's all take. Now we've reached the situation where we really need 4 planets like Earth to survive or to provide enough for everybody.
But really, at the end of the day, it's the devil. Is at the root. Root cause, ladies and gentlemen, is not King Charles, not Bill Gates, not Klaus Schwab, not the donkey, but it's evil. Call it what you want. You can say what it is. You can play games all day, but this is a fight between good versus evil. And everything the New World Order does is destructive to their own interest. They go out of their way to kill, steal, and destroy because they like it, because they hate God's creation. They hate human destiny. They are fundamentally, spiritually jealous of the tree of life, and they want the tree of death.
This is my brain.
What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay, I was muted. Hey, Tish, you're on live on the show. I called you from the tower. So the boys are getting back to break. We're just on a pause screen. So what is it you were talking about earlier to Jeremy? Give us a rundown real quick.
So I gave or I called Jeremy when I got home because
As soon as she
all
saw
day
the
long-
break.
What?
As soon as you saw the break.
Yeah, go ahead. They're all getting back to the table. Give me the update. You were here earlier today. Go ahead.
So all day long, I've been working at a rural poll location, and I was being paid to do exit poll research.
Nice.
The problem is that
You lose that Google voice?
No. How's your cell connection,
The-
Tish? Are you cutting out? Where are you at?
sorry, I'm at home. I should be good.
Okay. That
All
was
right,
weird.
start over about 10 seconds. Go back 10 seconds.
Okay, so I've been working all day at the exit polls, and conservatives need to stop allowing the left to determine what the numbers are coming out.
How
all
are
day
they? How are
long,
they
I
doing
ask
that? Yeah.
people to fill out surveys. Can you hear me?
Yes, I was asking. How are they doing that? How are they not? How are they allowing the left to exit or to skew these exit polls? Exactly. What's happening?
So I understand that we've been jaded against the mainstream media and that we don't really affiliate, but exit poll numbers go straight to broadcast. They go straight to the mainstream media. And so by allowing the left to dictate those numbers because we don't want to fill out a survey that goes to the media, we allow the numbers to be skewed.
So the conservative Republican voters are not partaking in the surveys upon exiting, is what you're seeing.
Right.
Correct. They
And-
go and they vote, and they go and they have their Donald Trump stickers and their
And then they say,
On their card.
I'm not gonna tell you who I voted for.
right. And then, oh, well, you don't need to know.
Right. Right.
And I actually had somebody from the Trump 47 campaign come up to me and actually stop people from filling
talking
out
to
the
them?
survey.
Really?
So we need to stop letting them dictate the numbers.
Right. Because they're getting
I know
this.
we're
They're getting.
dated. I know we.
No, I'm just saying they're getting this initial bump or this initial feel good. They're feeling good about it from the election polls just because we're not stepping up and speaking up.
Right.
Yeah.
I saw it all day long. Mind you, like I'm in a very conservative area, so the numbers were slanted in the conservative direction up here.
Right.
But I can see where in other areas it's not going to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
If conservatives don't step up and allow themselves to,
And they use the election polls nefariously in the mainstream media to skew people because guys getting off of work, because the vast majority of conservatives, Republicans, however you want to say it, worked all day today. And they get off of work and they go to the polls and they see the polls are skewed and they go, well, shit, it's already over. I'm not going to go.
Vote?
Why should I even? So if the people that have gone already during the day, because of your dynamics are different than the guy who worked all day, you should be the ones that say to these pollsters, these surveyors, whatever, I'm going. Or yeah, I voted for Trump. Be proud.
Right.
Did you hear earlier in the show when I said it, Tisha, that there's this commercial going around where this guy walks around, he sees a guy in a Trump hat, then he sees some lady in a Trump hat, and sees somebody else in a Trump hat, and finally he goes to his own home, goes in his closet, pulls out the Trump hat, puts it on, and then goes back out his door?
No, I didn't see that.
That's how a lot of people are. And my quote again for the opening of the show, disclaimer was that in the beginning, the patriot is a scarce man and he's scorned and hated. And it's only after he prevails. So what you're talking about is we need to prevail now and moving forward.
Right.
And have a voice.
The one thing I do want to say, President Trump getting people out to vote early
Phenomenal.
is phenomenal.
Yeah.
But when it comes to election day, don't let the media silence you because you dislike them.
100%.
Like,
no, you're exactly right.
Throw in your, and the polls that I gave or that I was giving out, the questionnaires, they're not just, did you vote for, Kamala or Trump? They're not just, did you vote for Slotkin or Rogers?
Right. There's more depth to it.
There's household wages. Are you voting against one candidate or for yours? What's your main concern right now? Economy, foreign policy, immigration, the threat of the democracy.
The death of innocent squirrels. That's big on
innocent
my
squirrels.
Heart.
I would have voted heavily against the death of innocent squirrels because that's just
after 7 years, innocent squirrels should be left alone.
It is.
Living in homes.
They do need to be left
especially
alone.
when they're
I
named
swear
after
to goodness.
legumes.
Yeah.
It's the squirrel's fault though, because squirrels can't make up their mind.
Well, it is.
They're squirrely.
And you know what the crazy thing about the squirrel is? Only after they kill it do they know for sure if it had rabies.
That's true.
So they have to euthanize it to see if it had rabies.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait for it to attack you like a zombie.
Well, it did bite one of the actual
you
officers
break
that were
up in his
picking it
house,
up.
I guess I'd attack you too.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you come into my yeah, dude. This guy rescued this squirrel.
7 years
It's
ago.
ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous.
Over
Celebrity squirrel.
Yeah, celebrity squirrel.
Not since
Oh my God.
skiboarding
So
squirrel
crazy.
has there
all the
been a
things they
squirrel
have to
so
worry about in
famous.
New York, and that's what they worry about, a freaking squirrel.
That was I listened to a whole thing talking about it. I think it was Elon on Joe Rogan, and he's like, dude, he's like, this is what we're putting money towards?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Listen, if you want to take in a squirrel and a raccoon into your house
That's your
and
problem.
house it and then do internet stuff, why the excuse me to all of our people that are sensitive, why the fuck is the government involved in that dynamic in any way, shape, or form? Why?
We have to regulate it.
I paid for it.
Yep.
Yeah, we paid for it. So any other things you're seeing out there, Tish, as you were
Sorry,
in
I
the
didn't have
trenches
a,
today.
I didn't have a headshot for you. I didn't expect the call in, or else I would have had a picture on the window.
No, you're fine. I was just like, I was out from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. when the polls closed, and all day it was the same thing.
Yeah.
I would, but
Well,
mainstream media, lamestream media. Why should we give them the numbers? Like,
100%. 100%. Listen, if you're available next week or the week after, either a Sunday or a Wednesday, I need to get you down here and give us a good recap. I'm expecting a Trump victory, so that'll be good. But let's get you down here, and I thank you for calling in. I know you like 2 seconds after we went to the break media.
Yeah, Tisha Jones.
Tisha calls my phone.
Tisha, if you're telling what you're telling me is true, and they're going by the exit polls here. I mean, Harris and Trump are really damn close.
Just to give you a process, like what we go through, we had 3 times during the day where we had to call in and give the numbers for the surveys that we had collected during that time frame.
Okay.
And so as you're seeing on the news, okay, the exit polls at this time say this. That's from people like me that are sitting out there going, will you please fill this out? Like,
right.
And then every few hours, like I had to do one at 11:30, one at 3:30, and then one at 7:30.
And this was and this was just to
the number of
update
people
them.
that refused it were ridiculous.
And this was just to update them because of the stuff you guys were having to field.
So what we do is, or what I did was I had to make all these calls into the actual research group.
Okay.
And then the research group sends that data to Reuters news service.
Oh, okay.
And the networks pick it up from Reuters.
Right.
So
And then
Tisha,
the networks pick it up from Reuters. Yep.
Nice.
So Tisha Jones, not just our field reporter, impromptu.
Dude, we
but
had our field
did you-
reporter.
Yeah, I know.
What the shit?
I know. Did you
Tisha
ever?
Jones on
did you ever?
site?
Did you ever run and get elected up there?
Hell yeah, she was city council and they made her leave.
I was city council from 2018 to 2022
Right. So former councilwoman
in Cairo.
In Cairo up there. Yep. All right. Just
Yep.
giving the
Sorry,
viewers
Tim's yelling
a
at me because I
background.
stole your thunder.
I was wanting you to
But
answer.
today,
Yeah.
today I was in the budding metropolis of Acton.
Yes.
Ooh.
So
Elton.
the loaded question is, when are you going to declare you're going to run for something next?
I was going to run this year,
Yeah.
and I kind of messed up the date, so I didn't get my paperwork in on time. But
you have in fact run multiple campaigns successfully.
oh yeah,
You've been
Sure
a
have.
campaign manager and run them successfully, so you're awesome.
So, quick question.
Norris is chiming in here.
Yeah, quick question.
Oh.
How do they determine
Sure.
what locations to do these surveys?
that I'm not sure of. I can ask though.
Yeah,
I can call my recruiter and ask.
Okay, that's just a curiosity question because I mean, that in itself could skew results as well, right? Depending on what areas you poll.
Of course.
Yeah, if you're polling a place
Prominently
that's
a Democratic.
prominently Democrat, that can skew the polls too.
Precinct, yeah.
Yeah, precinct polling.
Norris, you're sliding down the camera. Move your right.
Go that way, buddy.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you very much, Tisha.
But yeah,
Do you have anything
I'll
else,
ask
hon?
my recruiter that question for you and try to get back for you.
Okay. All right.
You can text me
Not
if you
tonight,
get it
but in the
tonight.
future.
Okay, not
Yeah,
tonight.
if you
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. You've been working a half
Tisha,
day.
you've been on the show before. We love you. You're awesome. You were here for my birthday party with your man Robert.
Yep.
You guys were dressed up
And
and
Robert.
awesome. She came as a Dalmatian. Initially, my drummer walked in.
I didn't recognize you. I bumped past you. Oh,
my
oh,
drummer
excuse me.
walked in with the cow, like the cow pajamas looking thing.
Yep.
And she walked in and I was like, oh, another cow. And she's like, I'm a Dalmatian. I was like, oh, the spots are smaller. I'm a dumbass. And then Robert walked
I
in right
walked in
behind
with
her.
the fireman.
I know, but I don't know. Maybe the fireman's rescuing a cow. I don't know. I grew up on a farm.
Follow the narrative.
And I didn't read the room. But I fucked up their last costumes. A year ago, they
That's
showed
right.
up as the Greatest Showman.
Yep.
And she was the bearded lady.
Yep.
And
Trump's got passing Harris.
Robert was what was he? The showman. Anyways, yeah. You're awesome, Tisha. We appreciate you calling in. We love you. We got to get you back on the show up here. or down here.
All right.
I will talk to you.
Talk to Robert and see what we can do.
Yeah. Get a hold of me tomorrow, honey. I love you.
Have a
Sure,
great
love you
night.
guys.
All right.
Good chatting with you again.
Thanks, Tish.
Okay,
All right.
Go ahead, Larry.
I do have some updates here.
What do you got?
Okay, we have momentum going to Donald Trump.
Do you have a
now
screen
in
for me?
Pennsylvania.
Well, if you put it up on the wall feed, yeah.
Do you have a screen for me?
Mm-hmm.
Share, please.
Well, I can't see that screen until I go to it.
Oh. We're in anticipation.
There we go. There we go. So Pennsylvania has now flipped.
Flipped?
It is
Really?
now flipped.
Yeah. So again, what Tish is talking about is the
Pennsylvania
exit poll-
has now flipped. Exit polling, I can
polling, she's
switch
saying
to
that
it
they're
here. I
a
just showed
wabash.
him 53% of the people said they want change
Mhm.
in
Wow.
Pennsylvania. Well, if you want change, then you have to vote for Trump.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's I've been watching this, and Harris has had a steady lead on Trump all through the night in Pennsylvania. Trump just flipped it.
Because they lie.
Right.
Well,
and then
Republicans work day jobs.
in Michigan, Harris had a comfortable lead.
Yep.
And now Trump is right at her door.
Oh.
And only 17.29% in. Now look at this. Look at this. Look at Virginia, with Trump has had a steady lead in Virginia through most of the night.
63%.
Nice.
So with 63.79% in. North Carolina, Trump with 68.42% in.
Hell yeah.
And Georgia.
I would love an honest.
Look at Georgia.
Georgia.
81% in, 81.5% in,
Georgia.
52.17%.
A red
Tell me
South
on my
Coast.
mind.
You know what would be
So
I'm
the
having a hard
momentum,
time.
and Trump has just flipped Wisconsin.
All right.
fucking Wisconsin?
Yes, we are now
Holy
leading in
Lord.
Wisconsin.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
I don't know what I'm baffled with is how in the hell Harris even has that.
I was
that
going to
close.
say
No,
the same
you know what?
thing. That
Now, and I
blows
want
my
everybody
said
to
it earlier,
understand
It
something.
I said
speaks
it
to
earlier in
the
the show.
electorate.
Everybody needs to understand
It's-
something.
the electorate has been brainwashed for years now.
Everybody needs to
Wow.
understand
Left has
something.
Captured every institution in this country. The schools,
Yeah.
the colleges, the media, you name it. I mean, the left is basically, even the military. the
blue
left is
no
putting a
matter
dirty
who.
hand on it.
Yeah,
Blue, no matter who.
Larry, go.
Everybody needs to understand. I don't want to mislead anybody. I'm not saying those states have been called.
No.
What I'm saying is he has flipped to the
Momentum.
lead
Yeah.
in that state.
Correct. What's
That's what I'm
precinct?
saying.
That's why we got to always couch it with the precinct reporting.
Yeah, I want everybody to know that.
Always
I'm
couch it with
just
precinct reporting.
saying.
But it's
What-
looking good.
what's this?
It's looking good.
But didn't this happen last time though?
But we didn't.
I-
have,
I know.
but we swamped the vote with the early voting,
Yeah, true.
and they tried to swamp the vote with their early voting, and it hasn't worked. And the amount of fraud has been exposed. Granted, they dismissed a lot of our collectively. I say our, like, I got a mouse in my pocket, but all of the lawsuits that were brought back in 2020
Take
Okay.
a screen off behind you. It's a string.
for the
Take it off. I don't know what it's doing. It's doing what it wants to do.
for the election. Almost all of them were dismissed for standing. They never examined the data.
Nope.
They never examined the actual evidence. They dismissed them, saying, "You don't have the right to bring this." Right? Okay. So Patrick breaks his leg, and I go, "I'm going to sue that guy who owns the sidewalk." And they go, "You're not Patrick. You don't have the right to sue on Patrick's behalf because he broke his leg on that sidewalk. That was shit." But Patrick still broke his leg, and it was still a bad sidewalk. Yeah, but you don't have standing, so case dismissed. And the media, the legacy media, went after that and said, "See, these were all frivolous lawsuits." No. You had 10 minutes from the election results with the vote Viagra, where it went at 3 a.m. from Trump winning to Biden all of a sudden having this huge spike. Yeah, I was going to say schlong or boner, but you said spike. That's better.
Long.
Schlong COVID.
Schlong.
But you had this whole thing. They had 10 minutes. Do you know major lawsuits take a half to a full year to put all of the documentation together. And we had days, not months, days to mount an effective thing. That's what the whole January 6th thing was just to ask Congress to pause and examine the evidence of fraud. And they had all the cameras from Nancy Pelosi. She turned down all of the fucking, Trump said, I'll bring in the National Guard. I'll do all this. No, we don't want that. We're just going to go move forward. That was all because they didn't want to look at the evidence. When you get rid of standing, you don't want to look at the evidence. And that's what they did. And you have 10 minutes to put together a brief, to put together an argument. And then the court looks and goes, oh, you don't have standing. But now, in the last 3 years, we've actually been winning. We collectively, right, have been winning multiple lawsuits against various states. There have been people that have been arrested. There are people that are in jail legitimately, not the January 6th people, not the lady in Arizona that got put in jail for 10 years for questioning shit. But there are people that are legitimately in jail right now because they fraudulently reported or brought in ballots, did all sorts of stuff. The election fraud has been proving. But again, Mark Twain said that a lie will go around the world twice before the truth has a chance to get its pants on in the morning. And that's what we've been dealing with. But now people are much more savvy.
Republicans have gotten smart and gotten ahead of the game finally.
Exactly. Yeah. And there are so many things that have been put in place, and I believe it's divine providence. And I've said it here on the show before, but I'll say it on record again. I absolutely believe that the Lord ordained Biden to be in office. Because if you don't have Biden in office, destroying this country, and then Kamala, whatever the fuck her actual name is actually.
Kamala Harris.
Unless you have that corruption coming into office, listen, we hit a precipice. We're on an 80-year cycle. Every 80 years, right? We do the graphic sometimes, right? Good men make good times. Strong men make good times. Good times make weak men. Weak men make bad times. Bad times make strong men.
Right.
Okay? It's a 4-year. That's a 20-year, or it's an 80-year cycle in 20s. Okay? You can go back to the founding of this country. There's an 80-year cycle to the Civil War. You can go back from the Civil War to World War I and World War II. There's roughly an 80-year cycle. You can go from World War II roughly to where we're at right now. It's an 80-year cycle. Prosperity, decadent, or prosperity, lethargy, decadence, destruction, prosperity. It's historical that we go through these cycles. We are in that trough. We're in that end of cycle. And we had a choice. And that's one of the things I prayed about before we took the break, is we're either going to be the phoenix, which is actually the true bird that we call it the bald eagle, but it's really the phoenix is what they were embodying. We're either going to rise from the ashes and become this. I mean, Lincoln said it phenomenally. It's like 7 years ago, we brought forth on this continent a new nation, birth and liberty. And he talked about it. He's like, but we had to be renewed. We had to rise from the ashes. And he was, for as flawed as he was at that moment in time. He was the man in the arena. Trump is the man in the arena right now who is at the forefront, who's saying, let's make America great again. Either America is going to collapse and we're going to be Venezuela and eating the animals at the zoo, okay, and trying to find toilet paper, or we're going to we're going to extend this for another 80 years. No society, no empire prospers beyond that cycle. There's either renewal or destruction. We can look back at the Roman Empire. It went for like 400 years, but there was constant upheaval, renewal, recycling in those intervals. And you get to these certain points and you have to either have the people rise up and say, this is what we're going for, or we're going to have a renewal of what we're on. And I believe we're at this awesome moment of the hard times, strong men, good times, weak men. We have been in weak men. And it's not that weak men have been the problem. Weak men are a product of prosperity. We've been prosperous. We're phenomenal, right? We're at the end of the baby boom generation, of the greatest generation of the World War II generation. What was so phenomenal about the World War II generation is there were men who went and fought a battle. They went to foreign theaters of war, right? And they came back and they prospered. I mean, the push from, we know that the bank was involved in corrupting and all that stuff like that. But I'm going to tell you what, coming out of World War II, the prosperity that this country experienced is unprecedented in world history.
Strong men had hard times.
The strong men had hard times and they tore it up. Vince was pointing out to me, what do you got, buddy?
Well, completely off topic, but Elon Musk just posted Amish Paradise by Weird Al.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it.
And I was the first one to like it.
No, you were the first one to do it? Yeah.
One.
But Vince was showing me earlier, tell us everybody about Dogecoin. Dogecoin. So you guys know about cryptocurrency, right? You know of Bitcoin. Yeah. There is a smaller electronic
it's a
cryptocurrency that Elon endorsed 5 years ago?
He literally said if he gets into government, with Trump, he's going to create the Department of Government Efficiency.
Yes.
Well, we need to create another department. That's
the acronym is
but he's going to get rid of the
Doge.
The acronym is Doge.
Yeah.
So the Dogecoin. And he endorsed Dogecoin.
So he came out and said that the other day.
And where's Dogecoin at now at this hour? You were tell the story, Vince. You invested
it's at a 6-month high right now.
You invested like $300 or $400, like
$500.
$500.
Yeah.
How many years ago?
5.
5 years ago.
Well, no, it was when we did. It
was 5 years ago. Yeah.
When we started on.
Yeah.
What's his name? In Fenton.
It was like 5 years ago, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Anyways. When the crash happened with GameStop, Vince's Dogecoin was at $5,000. He invested $500. He was at like $5,000. Okay. And Robinhood, which was the platform he was on, the trading platform he was on, froze his account. He couldn't cash out.
Why?
They would not let anyone, most people that had more than like $5-6 grand maybe could not sell.
That's bullshit.
It is.
It's a whole story.
Bullshit.
There's a whole story on that Robinhood thing.
Yeah.
It's a huge documentary. It's out there.
Yeah.
You guys go watch it.
But either way, what Vince is pointing out is that Dogecoin is in an all-time high just simply because Elon endorsed it. And then he said, when I get in there, Trump has asked me to get in there and clean up government. And it will be the what's it called?
It's not
the
all-time
department.
high.
Department.
It's a 6-month high.
A 6-month high. Department of Government Efficiency, which is Doge. It's hilarious. Larry, you got an update for us?
Michigan is momentum is with Trump. Harris is steadily losing points.
Yeah.
So
counties that are.
I mean, how do you
listen? Red.
100%.
Yeah. Now, Fox News just called a race for Ted Cruz in Texas.
Good.
So Ted Cruz is
That's what they
reelected
should.
in Texas.
So that we have enough
Well, they were
sense.
worried about that race because Chuck U. Schumer, that was his number one target.
What the problem was, it wasn't Chuck Schumer more so than it was Mitch McConnell not giving them any money.
Right. Mitch McConnell, old turtle boy, is a fucking. He's a rat. It's time to go.
Time to go.
We need to set up some folding chairs.
Well, all the rhinos, all the rhinos need to go. Either you're a Republican and you vote with the Republicans, or go. We don't need you. Go.
Vince, what were you gonna say?
I love it when Ted Cruz gets pissed off.
Yeah.
He starts getting mad at people.
I'll tell you what.
I'm asking you a simple question.
Right.
Why the hell can't you answer a simple question?
I'll tell you what. Since Ted Cruz turned a corner and grew his beard, just let his facial hair grow out, he's been another man. Am I right? Before, when Ted Cruz, he was a little bit like when he was clean shaven, he was a little bit more like this. And since Ted Cruz was like just embraced that that facial hair, he was like,
beard.
huh?
It's the IDGF.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So-
It's the beard. What are you gonna say?
What's Pennsylvania that you got over there?
Larry, you got Pennsylvania?
Right there. Trump 50.87, Harris 48.21. So
Now-
Harris is trending down, Trump trending up.
Elon, in the interview that you mentioned that I watched just before the show.
Yeah, great
with-
fucking interview.
said that he believes that whoever takes Pennsylvania is going to take the race.
Yeah.
So I've been watching
That's what
those
everybody's
numbers.
saying. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's a bellwether.
Yeah.
That was the interesting thing in the
Ohio
steel.
used to be.
Florida and Ohio at one point.
Ohio used to be for like
Ohio,
3
yeah.
decades.
Well, but you've got JD Vance there,
Yeah.
so I mean that should
Now-
be huge.
Well, and it might flip the Senate seat.
It might, and that's what we need. The interesting thing about it is,
We got, according to this, the Senate's 49 to 39.
And
Republican.
Trump might take Arizona, but then we're going to lose the 3 western states. Obviously, they're
Well,
all
of course,
the
yeah,
blue
those-
coast.
Those are gone.
Those
yeah,
are
we're gonna
gone.
lose them. What were we gonna say over there?
You're
Perry?
talking
You're
about
chiming in.
Washington,
that was a good
Oregon,
milestone.
and
We knew that.
California.
Get that microphone. Huh? Yeah, Ohio
That's-
is
yeah.
extremely important.
Well, I think
But
these
remember
Palestinians gonna have a
remember
big impact on
with
that, right?
here's the interesting thing, and it tells you how much fraud was going on. Is that Biden took 1 out of the 19 bellwether counties, 1, and supposedly 1.
Right.
Now, that's the first time in history that you don't get the majority of the bellwether counties and you still win. That doesn't happen. That's a lie. Because and that's what I say is I believe that God ordained Biden to be in there because until this country, you've got inner city black Democrat people, okay? You've got Hispanics. You've got people that never paid attention to politics. All of a sudden waking up and saying, fuck this, there's something wrong.
Well, yeah, because they got screwed by so much by the Democrats. And the point is, here's the thing, especially with blacks, they've always been screwed by the Democrats. They only come around every fucking 4 years, and
And
give
make
you
promises.
And
scraps and say,
pander, give them some
Then they
scraps.
try to fix all the roads at one time.
It's like,
Yeah, at one time.
When do you wake up and say this is BS and start,
Mhm.
They
I'm not gonna do
they
this
wake
anymore.
up at the end of their term and they go, "Oh shit, I got to make it look like I did something.
yeah,
Right.
Let's fix all the roads right now."
Right. No, it's
or
ridiculous.
whatever it is, right? But it's
Whatever the current hot button issue is.
But I think now they screwed them so badly, especially on this immigration thing.
Oh, that's the
I think that
num-
was the
It's
wake up
important
call.
to
to
do
a lot
it.
of kids.
Racist.
that's the number one
There's
is they
that
were like,
many
you know what?
idiots throwing their vote away.
Look what happened to Adams in New York.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Adams.
Oh yeah.
Because he came off the reservation.
said,
Yeah,
"This is gonna
he left the
destroy."
plantation.
He left the plantation, and they were
said,
like,
nope,
"No,
nope,
we're not doing this."
they're
But
not having
that's
that,
exactly right. And look again, I go back to Chicago, where they were like, "What's going on?" I heard 2 years ago that the migrants were being brought into the schools
This has been going a long time.
and taking over the recreational centers and stuff like that.
Yep.
And finally, the black community, and they were like,
Yeah, they went to the city
Dude.
economy. It's like, no, we're not having this.
"What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
These are our areas." And we know,
In New York, the same thing, right? Same thing in New York.
100%. And we know, number one, there's like 3
Well,
avenues
They're
out of.
on paid vacation.
Yeah.
Some of them,
Who's that?
the illegals.
Oh, okay, they're on paid
yeah.
vacation. My bad. But we know that there's only like 3 avenues out of these inner city. I don't want to call them ghettos or slums. I want to call them. They're basically internment camps because how do you get out of these places, right? There's only 3 ways out: sports, death, or drugs.
Or college, if you're so inclined.
But that leans towards a lot of sports
Well,
for a lot
prison,
of
actually.
minorities.
Prison is actually one of the primary
No,
ways.
I'm 100%.
Well, that's not really out.
That's not out.
Yeah.
Well, it's.
I'm saying you're
usually
gonna.
not
How are
in
you
the
gonna
same
get out of
state.
these inner cities? You know, and I know a lot of black people throughout Detroit, and even Flint, many years ago, that they would open businesses. I worked for a black pastor who was based in Flint 23 years ago. Okay. His company was called, trying to think of it, Empowerment. The Empowerment was in it, but it was.
Oh yeah, I remember it.
No, that was Leadership Empowerment that I did.
Okay, then I guess I don't remember it.
It was called Employment Empowerment. Anyways, I opened an office in the Thumb area in Vassar where we lived. I opened a satellite office, but it was an employment agency, right? Along Manpower or what's a couple of the employment agencies, right?
Yeah, the temp agencies.
Temp agencies. And I managed it. I opened the office and I managed it for about 3 months. But I was sitting in the office. I'd make my phone calls for the first half an hour of the day. And then after that, I'm sitting in the office for another 7.5 hours just trying to punch myself in the head.
What was that?
Give me Minnesota, please.
Minnesota.
RSBN.
I need a minute.
Anyways, but
He
I
wants
worked
it.
for
We
this
need
for
soda.
this
What it wants to do.
black pastor. He was phenomenal, and he was making inroads, and he was building a business, and he was employing black people, right? But that's one of the only other. It's like sports
Well, I mean,
or entrepreneur.
There are opportunities, but
100%.
but the point is,
Yes, please.
they're discouraged in some cases by the culture itself.
100%.
Yeah.
Well,
which is part of the problem.
Correct. And the
CIA
caveat is
took
this:
over hip-hop.
is where did you grow up?
What percent is in?
You grew up in Detroit, but at what point, at what age did you leave?
Oh, okay.
I left after I finished college.
Okay, where'd you go to college?
Oakland University.
Okay.
I finished at Oakland University.
Did you start? Where'd you start?
Adrian College.
Adrian, so local.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go far away.
Right. No, but I'm saying so
yeah.
So you took that path
back then.
But you're the rarity. You're one of the rarities. A lot of people don't.
Granted,
I'm not singling out the black community. It's in white communities too. There are people that are in white communities throughout the country that never leave their hometown.
Yeah, absolutely.
That they're like, all right, I'm gonna be here and doing my own shit.
I mean, it's a lot of it is a mindset, right?
That's what I'm getting to. It's the mindset. It's either I'm gonna be balling, I'm gonna field, I'm gonna do something, or I'm gonna sell some drugs.
And I will say,
but very rarely do they go, fuck this, I'm bucking the system and I'm going for this.
I will say that, and it comes down, it always, just like anybody else, it comes down to parents. My mother was on my ass.
Oh, she's like, you're gonna
sure
100%.
I did not get into all this crap. She kicked my ass. She had a little help. Don't get me wrong, but there was no option for anything else.
Exactly. And I've met those moms throughout Detroit, and they will, what do they call that? I'll snatch it. I'll slap a knot on your head quicker than you get your ass moving. And you're like, damn, but they,
yeah, absolutely.
And
So,
you
I mean,
see that.
So I mean, but the point is, it always comes down. It comes down to the parents
But it's not-
doing what they need to do.
It's
In a lot of cases, that's the lacking part is the parent.
correct. And it's, I want to point this out. It's emblematic of the environment and the inner city, but it's not exclusive.
No.
And
not
it's
exclusive, but I mean,
and it's not,
but it happens at a higher rate.
correct. And it's not even racial. Decade by decade. It's racial sometimes by the decade, but it's not racial. It's not racial in and of itself. You look at the black community, they had the strongest families, the most marriages that sustained, not perfect.
Up until
the 30s, 40s, 50s, into the 60s.
Up until the war on poverty.
And then they literally attacked. The CIA came in there. Margaret Sanger's program was fully implemented of getting rid of these black weeds. It was a concerted attack on that's why I have a passion. That's why I was invited and I love to go and minister in the black communities. And I didn't straight up address these issues like this. I just wanted to talk to people about what their purpose was and their desire was. Cause I'm like, listen, your community has been destroyed. And part of that passion for me comes from the fact that I'm a Polish kid, all right? I'm Polish Czechoslovakian. I grew up with Polish jokes where people were like, oh, Oh, you're Polish? You want to hear a Polish joke? Larry's even done. He's like loves to do Polish jokes with me. Oh yeah, you want to hear a Polish joke? And I go. Do you know where Polish jokes? I have you muted, Larry. I have you muted, Larry, so I can't even fucking hear. But I recognize as a kid, Polish jokes were a result of the Nazi regime because the first people they attacked were the Polish people. And half of the Polish people were Jewish. And so the Polish jokes, we all find them funny. I got a couple Polish friends. We crack jokes at each other. We're like, oh, I got a better Polish joke than you. But I also recognize the underlying thing is that a Polish joke was a propaganda machine to denigrate a certain population and belittle them and make them small. And so when I walk into any environment where that has happened, Black communities, Latino communities, oh, you're just picking, all you're doing is picking crops. You're just a piece of, no, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Or you're in a Black community, hey, best you can do is play some basketball or football or maybe do some rap. It's like, dude, come on. We break down these stereotypes and we break down these dynamics and go, you know what? You have a greater purpose. You have a greater potential than what you've been handed. And I have a passion for that. Because it's one thing to come across a person that has acquiesced to that. All right, whatever. When you come across a person that wants to embrace their purpose and destiny and they just don't know how to break free, which you did, I want to dive into that. And I want to go, how do I speak words of encouragement? And from my own personal learning experience of struggle and overcoming, right? I didn't come from wealth. I come from this, you know what I'm saying? When people walk into the man cave and they take a look at it and they go, oh my God, this is huge. I go, dude, the vast majority of this is just me pounding at it, inheriting it from my father, my father-in-law. And just, I'm like, and the last house I had, we lost, it's like, you go, you don't know the full story and you act because you see what you see because I have an excellence doesn't mean that I have all the resources and all this wealth to do it. Listen, if I had the money to do this the way I would do it, we would have $1 million studio. All right. There would be this over here and this over here. I've literally learned recently to go, you know what? This is my $10 vision. This is my $100,000 vision. And this is my $1 million vision. And I will accept the $10 vision because if $10 is all I got, I will make the best out of it. What I have, I'll make it work. If your fucking microphone pack's fuzzing out, we'll make a joke about it on the show. We'll go, all right, and have you slap the pack. But you know what? We're doing what we're doing, and we're reaching people, and we're encouraging people. And I have people I didn't even know come in off the street, see me in a store. I watch your show. It's a really good show. And I'm like, we got like 300 subscribers. What are you talking about? And they go, no, we love it. Give us an update. What do we got over there, gentlemen? You guys are checking phones.
You got a Larry joke.
Larry. Is that a Larry joke?
What the hell was that?
All of that good encouragement and purpose-filled stuff. And
yeah, your monologue was too long. You needed a break.
Slacking, Larry.
I was waiting for them to get to some updates. Larry said he was willing to go to midnight if that's what it took.
Breaking news. Donald Trump is demolishing Big Kamala.
Well, it's 205, 117, according to this poll.
Yeah,
look at
much. They haven't called in.
All right, let's do this. Tim, have you refreshed Crowder? Because I got Crowder on Vince's over here.
Refreshing it, yeah.
Crowder over here before Vince refreshes is 195 to 91. So Kamala Toe has not
91. She was at 99 before.
Well, on Crowder?
On Crowder.
Let's refresh. It might have flipped.
Yeah, it just crashed for me again.
Listen, she is not Aaron Brockovich. She can only perform so much fellatio before she loses clients. You guys saw Aaron Brockovich, right?
Go down.
She's like,
she puts her head down, and goes to work.
And goes to work. I cannot, the irony of stuff, you can't write. If you wanted to write a parody of shit,
it doesn't get better.
You can't do it. You go, wait a minute. Your first political appointment was given to you by performing fellatio on a guy named Willie Brown, who's a black guy with a brown willie, and you achieved political ascension through that experience.
Yes.
You know what? I mean,
Yeah, but you know,
And,
I grew up in a middle
then
class
you marry,
family.
then you marry a guy who gets his babysitter pregnant. And
She grew up
and,
in a
and
middle
slaps
class.
and beats women in the
Middle
Me
class.
Too movement, right? It's
Yeah.
like, really?
I mean, but who doesn't? I mean,
Oh, jeez.
Middle class
who
family.
did Schwarzenegger knock out?
Oh, the babysitter.
The nanny.
Was it the
nanny.
baby? No, was it
The
the nanny?
Yeah.
And she was
So Trump
not.
just
I'm
flipped-
like,
she was
what was
ugly.
that? Like a
Almost.
Trump
desperate.
just flipped Michigan.
Are you serious?
Trump just flipped Michigan.
Hell yeah.
No way.
You know why? Because
Trump just
exit
flipped
polls,
Michigan.
according to Tisha Jones, our reporter in the field, exit polls are shit. Because most of us
Oh, yeah,
conservatives
yeah,
go,
yeah.
listen,
Well,
I
the
gotta
guy
tell you,
said that last
So
night.
only
That's what I-
23% in.
The guy said that
unfortunately.
last night on Fox News.
But
Yeah.
we had
He
this same
said-
thing
he
last
said-
time, though, right? He was
said
winning,
even
and all of a sudden
polling
Detroit came in.
yeah.
Voight Viagra.
Yeah. I'll tell you guys
Vote
this.
Viagra.
After jamming with Brady and Tom and Don here at the Man Cave, I'm going over my phone. I get this call, like in this low moment. I'm like, okay, and I generally answer all these spam calls because sometimes I just want to minister to them in Jesus. I guess like, maybe you should get another job because you suck. Anyways,
Something went up. It went
but
to
it was
11.
they call me, right? Are you listening? They call me in this moment and she goes, "Hi, I am from the Michigan Democratic committee or PAC or whatever. It wasn't a PAC, but it was I'm from the Michigan Democratic Party, and I just want to make sure." She's like, "Hi, Jeremy. Is this Jeremy?" I'm like, "Yep." She's like, "I just want to make sure that you were able to vote today. And did you have any problems?" I was like, "No, I didn't have any problems." She's like, "Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that you voted." I said, "Yep, I voted. Probably voted. I went today and voted." She's like, "Okay. Well, I really hope that you voted for Vice President Kamala Harris." And I goes, "Not a chance." And she goes,
somebody sent me something from Rock to vote today.
"Yeah."
And I said, yes. It said, "Did you vote today? And did you find your voting place?" I said, "Yes, I voted for Trump today."
Voted for Trump. And she goes, I go,
You
I
guys
goes,
want to see Alex Jones' prediction?
"Yeah." Oh, send me that on Facebook. Send me that. I had that pulled up. So I said, "Not a chance," and she goes,
It's Trump's
"Oh."
hairline.
She goes, "Oh, okay. Well, you have a great day,"
Pennsylvania.
and hung up. I was like, "Okay." I'm like, "Not a chance. Why would I vote for this?" What's
Almost 60%.
I'm gonna pull this up right now. Look at this. Look at this
feel better.
simple cartoon.
Those
Cartoons are
FTP balance
awesome,
gonna get dumped
and
soon.
I'm going to open an image in a new tab, and I'm going to go to this tab, and here we go. Listen, he's like, if Trump wins, he'll be a dictator. Didn't he have 4 years to do that? Oh, yeah, but if Kamala wins, she'll fix America. Didn't she have 4 years to do that?
Yep.
So clearly in this, I don't want to break this whole thing down.
That pretty much says it.
She's going to be your microphone's off. Why are you muted?
I don't know. Did you mute?
Oh, you covered me up. You covered yourself up. So clearly, but I just want you to observe in this. This is a very, very telling little cartoon, right?
So Michigan exit poll, Latino voters.
Sorry.
Oh, don't give me.
Jeremy.
Ben Shapiro.
Trump just
I muted you because I'm trying to finish this thing. Just give me a second. 2 seconds, Larry. You give me 2 seconds. 1001, 1002. Look at the cartoon.
How much have you drank?
A little bit. I've had. You know what? I'll get into that later.
We can tell.
Look over here. The guy is the one saying. Now, clearly, there's a male and female in here, unlike liberals who don't know what the difference between a male and female is. But the guy is saying if Trump wins, he'll be a dictator. And the chick's going, dude. So in this dynamic, this is true of liberals, where the women are stronger and the males are just there to occasionally impregnate him because a lot of times they just abort their child. So they don't even want to be impregnated. They just want to be satisfied every once in a while sexually and then kick men to the curb. It's literally like spiders, right? It's literally like they're the Black Widow spiders. They just want to fucking kill them and move along. But in this one, you go, wait a minute. This beta male, this little, what's below a beta male? There's like an alpha male and a beta male. Is there a C? Is there like a C?
Cunt.
Yeah, there could be a cunt. There's like a male below that goes. He's like, Trump will be a dictator, but and his wife goes,
Charlie Mail.
he didn't do that in 4 years. And they go, but Kamala, just look at the dynamic. It wasn't the woman
These are two
who's
dudes.
for abortion.
You think this is a man and woman?
No.
One's a they.
One's
I
a they,
think
them,
one's a they. And
Listen,
the other one's obviously a guy because he has
the
the
guy doesn't have any nipples coming out in the shirt, and the
girl
one that
doesn't
I'm
have it
assuming
either, so it's
There's,
like,
there's
there's
no
a mic-
girl.
but
These
there's
are
a-
two- there's a
there's a
beta
remote-
male and a guy.
true, but there's a
It's a guy.
remote control in front
Baseball
of what
hat
would
and a
be
guy.
nipples or breasticles.
No,
But back to the
Breast-
what's
breast-
important for the
He is
evening,
holding
the
to the
election,
future.
instead of the nipples on the cartoon.
Hey, I asked
No,
for 2
what's
seconds.
important
At
is
a certain
and you
point,
had 2 minutes.
at a certain
Swing a little
point,
bit.
well, I do have to
circle
shut the
back.
show down periodically to go. I'm going to make a point, no matter how stupid
he's
it is.
holding the remote control.
I got to recruit.
It's a man.
All right,
There's remote
Larry and
control.
Patrick, give me the update. Give me it to me. What
Utah-
is
Utah-
Trump
Utah
flipped
got-
over and
Trump just
spanked
got
in the
Utah.
ass and told to behave?
Arizona.
Oh, Arizona, he flipped.
Yeah, he flipped
He-
Arizona, Michigan.
I
and
knew that 5
Wisconsin.
minutes ago. Yeah.
Flipped Arizona,
Arizona went
Michigan, and
5 minutes ago,
Wisconsin.
yeah.
Flipped it over, slapped it in the ass, told to get in the line.
Right.
I got 201 to 91 on.
On Crowder.
I don't know how they got
Election
that
integrity.
91.
Because
I
it's
got
Crowder.
112.
I
It's
have
Crowder.
211, 117.
Yeah, Fox. Yeah.
We know Fox fucked us last time.
RSBN has 210 to
It's
112.
controlled by the what? RSV.
Yeah, RSBN has 210 to 112.
Oh, you're monitoring that one too, yeah. What else did I have in here? So we talked about live looks. We got
They
that.
were able to get that that site up that crashed.
No.
No, they're refreshing it.
Oh,
Senate.
Yeah, they're back on live.
when it's refreshed.
What do you got, Norris?
Senate is 49 to 39.
49-39.
Rogers is now leading Slotkin.
Slutkin?
What?
Did I say that correctly? I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
apologize.
you
if I
got it
didn't
right.
pronounce- Slotkin.
Slotkin.
She
loose
cannot,
cannon.
dude. I want to get a
That was
Slotkin.
slip on my tongue.
Dude, I need to get a Slotkin wig with the hair hanging down.
You don't have enough oil.
She
for me to
can't
soak it
talk
in.
without doing her hair
Because she's trying to get the grease
because
out of
she's
her
trying
face.
to be provocative when she talks.
Have you ever-
Because she was
There's nothing
trained.
provocative
Have you
about
ever
her.
looked
She
at
was
her
trained
hair?
by the CIA, and how dare
Have you ever looked
talk
at her
to me
hair?
like that?
She looks like she works at Jiffy Lube.
She does, dude. It's greasy. It's nasty.
Yeah, it's like wash your
nasty.
hair, bitch.
You know what? What was interesting was I will say, I think, Tim, back me up on this.
Dude, it totally
I think
crashed.
Norris won the award for the best costume on Saturday.
I was working a grill. I didn't have time to look.
I
at
would
it.
have to agree with that.
Norris had the Spartan
Spartacus.
whole thing. I wanted to check to make sure he was not loined underneath because he was full regalia.
I could have gone just like
He could have gone.
Commando, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Tom Petty song, "Free Ballin'." Like
No,
he could have
that's
just
not
just
how
free.
the song goes.
That
That is not how the song goes.
It's not. It's not.
No.
Damn it.
No.
We won't get a copyright strike because I modified it. But anyways, Norris came in with the Spartan regalia, and he was phenomenal, and he looked great.
So, so are you
but-
comparing him to like a Scott with his
Well,
kill?
No, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Trump's almost at 50%.
Where?
50?
Yeah,
Where?
here,
Nationwide?
right here.
Oh, Michigan.
Oh, geez.
He's at
Yeah.
49.9%.
Hell yeah. So what was interesting was there was another lady that came, friend of a friend of a friend that came, showed here. And we were all talking, and I got in the mix, and I was probably drinking. And I started talking, and I was like, dude, Norris is one of the biggest
Wow.
racists that I know.
He's Rogers just increased his lead on Slutkin.
And I love him. But, that's what I love, right? Your experience. Even though Larry doesn't talk to me much, he plays on his phone and then just tells me what he wants to hear. But everybody's experience is my flavor. That's my flavor. It's like I want to hear what you've had, what you've experienced, what you've gone through. You know what I'm saying? I didn't grow up in Detroit. I grew up in the Thumb area, right? Didn't have a real dad until I was like 10, almost 11 years old, and then ended up on a farm with.
Was he a cartoon before that?
I married into having like I had like 4 cousins or 6 cousins on my mom's side, right? That I was the oldest one by 7 years. So I didn't have this like relationship with them. All of a sudden I married in this family and I got cousins that are 4 or 5 years older than me, cousins that are my same age, and then cousins that I had like 10 cousins instantly. I'm married in this family, right? So all of this dynamics, you marry into these experiences. And if we don't celebrate each other and at least have a conversation about these different experiences, then we don't find the richness and cherish the struggle and victory that we've all had moving through this life. We miss the whole point of this whole thing. This whole thing's not about this. The politics, it's important tonight. We want to do this. But I know it's not life. And I know that one of the reasons that I am so ardent, so hardcore about Donald Trump is because he's the guy that's, you know what was so powerful? Right after he got shot, right after Pennsylvania. What was the town? Butler. Yeah. Right after Butler. I want to say Bucks, and I was like, I knew it wasn't right. Right after Butler, Pennsylvania, one of the very next things, he still had the bandage on his ears. And he didn't even, I don't even think he even spoke at that rally. Or it was the RNC.
It was the RNC.
It was the RNC.
Yeah.
Didn't even speak a couple nights, right? But he's sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched him, and I got 7 grandkids. I get to hang out with at least 5 of them, okay? And I watched him sit there in the galley, wherever they placed him, you know, up past the stage, but around the stage.
Yeah.
And he wasn't there to speak. And I watched his grandkids come to him. And it wasn't trying to be a spectacle, right? There's a difference when people watch the show and they go, all right, you're on camera. And I've had these conversations with multiple people. I go, look, come sit on the show. And they go, I don't do cameras. I go, look, you're gonna forget about the cameras in the first 5 minutes. Hopefully. And then be aware of it periodically every once in a while. Or Tim's gonna say, scoot over. Right? Other than that, all we're doing is talking. All we're doing is having a conversation. And I watched Trump at the RNC right after they tried to kill him. The deep state tried to take him out. And his grandkids came over. And there was so much genuine. There was no, the only thing that was, there was no disingenuous in it whatsoever. There was only the acknowledgement that a camera was there. There was nothing disingenuous. It was only an acknowledgement. We are on camera. But he grabbed his grandkids, and you could see the humanity. You could see the genuineness in it, right? Now contrast that with Kamala, who stops in the middle of one of her fake rallies where she probably told everybody to show up because Beyonce was going to sing.
Said you're in the wrong rally.
Right? Yeah. And she says,
or bust them.
We got, there's a medical emergency over here. And then she continues to talk. The 2 medical emergencies that we've had during a Trump rally and during I think it was
he did that last night.
Vance route.
He did that last night in Grand Rapids. He said, are you okay?
And
that person, you guys are looking down on the floor here.
Yeah.
And they played a song waiting for the doctor
And they
to attend to
stopped
the persons.
what they're doing, knowing that the camera's on, knowing that there's an environment where people are expecting some type of, not entertainment in those, but they are being entertained, but at least they're progressing through the night, right? Yeah. So disingenuous. This fucking MK Ultra fake chick that's going on, right? Whereas Trump, he's going to go, what was it, 45 minutes at the one rally?
Yeah, that was it? I forgot which one.
Yeah, but somebody collapsed in the audience and he's like, we need medical assistance over here. And he just goes, put my playlist on. And he just literally was MC and he kept looking. He's like, are we taking care of him? That's a human being. That's a real person who cares about this country, who cares about humanity, who cares about his family. and is fighting for all of us. When that guy says they're only coming after me to get to you,
He's right.
that's right. When Kamala says, I'm gonna make things better, even though I didn't do shit for
I had 4 years to do anything.
4 years.
So that is-
I don't. Why? I don't know why you don't like me. I'm.
It's interesting you bring up the grandkids because I was listening to Dennis Prager today.
Prager's fucking awesome.
Yeah, and it was a caller that called in. I think he was talking. A guy called in. He said basically his wife was watching I forgot whatever it was. It was convention or whatever.
RNC.
And the
or the
kid,
DNC.
and the grandkids came out.
Or the RNC.
Yeah, she said that wasn't what tipped her over the edge.
Because there's genuineness.
That's humanity.
Humanity.
Yeah.
You saw it. You saw it where he didn't try to deflect the cameras. He didn't try to go act like they weren't there. Listen, I have a band. Vince grew up with me being in bands since he could remember, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also being in ministry. I've been teaching. There's VHS videos of me teaching in 1999. Okay. I've been teaching in ministry for better part of my adult life. Plus doing bands, rock and roll bands. All right. I've been out there doing that stuff. All right. Not to any extent of Trump, any extent of this, but even on the limited experience that I've had of being in the public eye, being on the stage, you have to acknowledge the camera and still be the genuine person and be balanced within that as best as you can. And that is a huge ego dynamic. It's understanding that I'm in the public eye, but I'm not all that. I'm not the man. I'm not your God or your idol. I'm in this moment to do the best that I can to help you and me be better in this moment. And when you acknowledge that basis, and I look at Trump and I look back at his old interviews, right? Oprah interviews, other interviews. But Oprah is the one where she's like, well, you're just awesome. Yeah. Will you run for president? He goes, I don't know if I'd ever run for president, but if it ever came to that and it became necessary, maybe. That video is iconic. Because he was being his most human.
86.
And then when he sits there at the RNC with his grandkids,
Now he's hated by those same people.
he looks at the camera and he goes, I know the camera's on me. I have to balance the genuineness of my family without any exploitation. How do I love on my grandkids genuinely without exploiting it? When my grandkids have, and I'm saying on a very small, limited basis, I'm up there jamming out with my band. And my daughter or my sons are going to leave. The kids are wore out. They're going to go. And one of my grandkids runs up to the stage. I want to embrace my grandkid at that moment because they're saying goodbye to grandpa and he's up there singing a song. And yet not exploit the moment for anything other than what that moment is. And people don't realize that dynamic in Donald Trump. They don't realize that dynamic in J.D. Vance. They don't recognize that dynamic in Elon Musk. They don't recognize that dynamic in Vivek Ramaswamy. They don't recognize those dynamics. What are you going to say, Perry? Get your microphone. Get the microphone. Don't fucking get your microphone, Perry. Get that microphone. You're going to say something to me.
His arguments were the same 35 years ago as they are today.
Yep, that they are.
What you have to realize,
100%.
yeah,
Consistent.
and what you have to realize is we live in an oligarchy. We have oligarchs throughout, the earth that control all of this.
Yeah.
Right. So everything we're experiencing is controlled by a few. I mean, what did they do with Ma Bell when we were kids? Right. They got too big. They had to break them up.
Yeah,
right?
MCI.
And with these oligarchs, that's what has to happen in society.
AT&T. Yeah.
You have to. They become too big. They become too wealthy, too powerful
Right.
because of their wealth.
Yeah.
And you got to take that down.
They're monopoly.
Well, it's huge.
I'm sorry.
No,
I mean,
it's huge talk about.
I'm not going against people being successful. That's not what I'm saying.
No.
They're using that
It's control.
power,
Yeah.
okay, against society, against humanity.
Well, Standard Oil, the leader of that was a Rockefeller. What was it? Who was it? He said competition is
It's a free market. It's capitalism.
no, but he said competition is
Almost identical.
what's the word? He used a specific word. He's like competition is. Vince is looking up for him. Competition is evil or something like that, right? And he wanted to control everything. It was like Standard Oil. You find it? Here, keep competition oil. Yeah, whatever. Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Anyways, but your exact point.
Yeah.
It's like we had to break. There's this talk right now to break up Google because Google is too big of a competition is a sin. That's why I was blocking it. Yeah, competition is a
with
sin.
Google, it's a new phase of worship. Is censorship, right?
Mhm.
So, and people don't really realize how powerful that as a tool that it is.
Yeah.
But the government also enabled Google.
100%. But that's
Absolutely.
that's the nature of society is when things are really good.
Yeah.
Then we get to weak men and then we start to consolidate that power into a certain group. And then that group becomes destructive to its own ends, right? What's with March of Dimes? What was the March of Dimes years ago or when it started?
March of Pennies?
No, it was polio. It was
that's
against
right.
polio. It
Yeah.
had a polio thing. But then after they conquered polio, supposedly, right? Then they're like, well, we need this organization that we all got all these employees employed in to continue on. So let's change the name and change up the dynamic. So they wanted to perpetuate something. Listen, I want to start something that eventually is so effective that it's done. If you're not trying to work yourself out of a job through success, you're not ultimately a success. If you can't replace yourself or raise somebody up to replace you, I don't think you've achieved total success. You think Trump's going to go on 4 years from now? No, he's going to raise up JD Vance. He's going to raise up Vivek Ramaswamy. He's going to raise up Elon Musk. He's going to raise up Tulsi Gabbard. He's going to raise up maybe RFK continues on as a cabinet member, whatever. He's going to raise up all of these people. I guarantee you this guy, if they don't take him out, and we pray against that in Jesus' name, they don't take him out, he's going to be stumping for them in 4 years. And the next president will be even more successful than what Trump is because they'll be building on that foundation. It'll be David to Solomon. Solomon and David both had their flaws, but Solomon's kingdom was exponentially better because of the foundation that his father laid. And we want to see that happen. And it's phenomenal.
You know, the thing is, though, we don't need two private organizations telling us who a good person would be as a president for any nation.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
We don't.
No, but that's the duality, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's you got one choice or the other. No, I don't. Yeah. But Trump in the wisdom that God gave him knew that he wasn't going to run as independent. Look at RFK. They rejected him the same way that they did Bernie. I think Bernie's a total socialist, communist,
and he's to the right of Kamala.
But Bernie was booted from any entertainment of being. He should have been the.
They stole it.
The nominee.
He should have been the
Bernie.
nominee in 2016. Not
Gave it to Hillary.
Not Hillary.
And 22 as well, to be honest.
In 22.
And 20 as well.
In 20.
Yeah.
And I don't like Bernie. I think Bernie's a grifter. I think he's a socialist. I think all that's. But he actually had the will of the people, not these establishment fucks that we're dealing with.
Yeah. See, when my wife took me to Washington,
Oh, I thought you were going to say Russia.
Bernie Sanders walked within a foot of me.
And he smelled like sulfur?
Oh, yeah,
Sulfur and Bengay.
Sulfur.
So they gave her all
You know what?
West Coast states.
I play hockey, Larry, so the Bengay is not a problem.
It's been homosexual.
Well, I'll say this. It's icy hot. Because I'm icy, cool to the touch, but I'm hot.
Are we going to take a break?
No, why we gotta go pee again? We're not taking a break from here on out, Larry. That clock says 11:03. We're about to go. We're about to go 11:04. All right, Tim, what do you got? You got Crowder? You got Crowder's feed over there? We've had to refresh.
By the way, I've been trying to tell you for 10 minutes.
Trump
just split Maine. So Trump just took electoral college vote from Wayne.
So you're saying he combed the hair on the horse properly?
They have called
split the mane.
They have called California.
Nobody got that. Did you get that?
Oh, you knew that.
You got Annie got that.
Yeah.
Or Angie got that.
Yeah. So it's
Angie got split in the mane. You didn't get it.
Although no
there's
Crowder.
But they just must have called something else for Trump because now they have Trump at 216.
Yeah, they called Idaho.
Oh, I see.
Idaho.
Yeah.
Look at
Crowder broke the internet. There's Crowder.
It's not even the 404.
No,
now it's the 502. It's like bad game.
For those who know, that means it's done.
It's done.
Yeah.
Oh, it's back to 404.
I can try to refresh it again.
You refresh it. Refresh it.
Forget mine.
Vince. Oh, there it is. Vince got his.
Mine crashed so bad it says zeros.
Dude.
Zeros.
Listen, this tells you the power of the true media.
Every citizen.
This tells you the power of the true media is that when your website crashes because of traffic, people are tuning in to what you have to say. I would really like for a lot of people to crash our site, but you know what?
Yeah,
it's all good.
Crashed and they had to restream.
No, all of our good people over here.
So North Carolina was
definitely
going
12
Trump.
days ago.
Yeah, but yeah,
With 86% in.
Wesson 55R. Bernie is a complete idiot. You are exactly right. To say, you also will never find a video of him rejecting someone who asks if they can pray for him. You're exactly right. I'm glad I read that. That's Tisha Jones.
Yeah.
You'll never find it. You know what? Donald Trump, before he got filled with the Spirit, and this is a prophetic word from Kim Clement, he said that Donald Trump would, though he wasn't a praying president, he will become a president who prays. And literally, Kim Clement said, I will fill him with the Spirit when he's in office. And Donald Trump, every time he brings in pastors or he has a pastor that's allowed to get close to him, and I'm not saying that in any way nefarious way. I'm just saying he's got protective service. But there are pastors coming every time. And I experienced this in ministry too. I had a couple different men of prominence that were part of my ministry years ago, and they would just I was taken aback by it. They would go and they would drop to a knee. I go, I need to pray for you right now. And they would just drop to a knee, and I go, you don't have to drop to a knee, dude. And they're like, you're gonna pray for me, and I want to receive this. They put themselves in a yielding position. You watch Trump. They don't put this on. They don't blast this out because he's a guy that's aware that the camera's on him, but he's not a guy that's trying to exploit the fucking camera. Okay. But when you find him, when Donald Trump has a group of pastors around him, or even a single pastor around him, who says, I need to pray for you right now, that the Lord lead, guide, and direct you and give you the wisdom to lead this nation and lead the world. He goes, he just yields and says, pray for me. I watched the coalition. What's it called? The coalition of black pastors. What's that called?
It's a black coalition.
Is that all it's called? I don't even fucking know. I just know I've seen multiple photos or videos of the black pastors, which, dude, if you've ever been in an environment, I tell you what, my experience alone, there's nothing more powerful than having a group of black pastors get in and pray for you. You want to have a group of pastors pray? Get some black pastors around you and start to pray, because as passionate as they are on the platform, they go hardcore into the presence of God. Are they perfect? Are they doctrinally always correct? No. But I'll tell you what, the Lord God Almighty can see through your doctrinal incorrections and get you to a place. I'll read that in a second. Can get through your doctrinal places of incorrectness and get to the heart. God, what does it say in Scripture? That the Lord Man judges the outside, but the Lord judges the heart. There's a lot of times we pray shit, and I mean that explicitly. We pray shit, and the Lord goes, I know your heart. I will fulfill the desire of your heart, right? I'm going to give you the desire of your heart, not the actual words, because your words were really jacked up. I could use stronger language. They were really messed up. But because I knew your heart, I'm going to honor that and give you that request. And sometimes we sit back when it comes fulfilled and we go, Lord, that didn't work out exactly like this. He goes, I know it didn't work out exactly like you wanted, because what you actually prayed, word, was not good for you. But what you meant in your heart was what I desired for you, to prosper you, to empower you, to bring you to a place of purpose. That's what I'm going to give you. Larry, what do you got for me, buddy? You show me on your phone. You can't flash me on your phone.
At
no,
70, at
no,
70,
I need you to pull it up. So
at
I can,
72,
oh, yeah,
at 72% reported.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has 51.4% over Kamala Harris's 47.
These numbers don't make sense.
0.7. At 72% reported, Trump is taking Pennsylvania.
Shit. Now listen.
Oh, that's 72%.
At 72%
Trump's taking
reported.
Damn.
Trump has got 51.
If this was an honorable, true election,
47.
Trump would take every single state in the union.
Yeah.
Every single state in the union. People can't drive to the gas station, go to the grocery store, go to work,
Gas is still $1 higher
and
than it
not
was when he left office.
recognize that this country is in a worse place than it was 4 years ago. And I believe that's God ordained, because God wants to renew this country and say, rise from the ashes, be the phoenix, rise from the ashes, and do another 80 years. Bring another 80 years of prosperity. Go, give me that microphone. What are you going to say, Perry?
I said there'll be plenty to disciple to.
100%.
100%. This is real.
Yeah, this is real.
Yeah,
And
because the critical thinking part of this
Yeah.
is just like that cartoon, right?
Yeah.
It really illustrates that the critical thinking skills of someone for something so simple to realize someone's been there as your representative and hasn't done really anything, right?
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden they're going to give them a bigger title, and now they're really going to go to work. Come on,
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
not
No.
working.
Doesn't work.
You know, I've got a bunch of friends that have worked all their lives, battled, fought, and are hardcore. And those are the guys when they're running for their prospective little offices, right? I got a buddy over in Marion, Dan Lowe, over in Marion Township. He's been a trustee, bucks against the system, fights against it. He's been an excavator builder for most of it. He should have retired years ago, right? He's a badass. That's a guy that I want to represent us, right? When you look at the founding fathers, all of them were self-made men in whatever industry they were, who put their life, their fortune, their family on the line and said, you know what? This is something worth fighting for. Those are the people that establish and create prosperity for the rest of us. And then you watch these, and I don't want to get in here, but that's the fucking pissant people that come in afterwards and you go, dude, did you earn this shit? What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, they took the right God into battle, right, with them.
Yeah, 100%.
And this is what society is going to remember after this election, is that they're going to, I think a lot of people will recognize that the Democrats have brought the wrong God into this battle.
Well, right?
Right.
Didn't Kamala Harris, the
Yeah.
guy stood up in her meeting and said, Jesus Christ is Lord.
Yeah.
She goes, yeah, you know, you're at the wrong meeting.
Right.
You're in the wrong place.
Listen,
Listen,
smaller one down.
we
We're
do
at the
it.
wrong rally.
Listen, we're at the wrong rally. Here we abort babies and we do fellatio. I mean, you know, it's like, you know,
I don't care if you're in a Hispanic, a black church, you know, an all Catholic church. it doesn't make a difference. A lot of people are going to recognize the fact
Yeah.
that what they're really truly all about. You know?
100%.
And this is a learning experience right now that society's going through.
Correct. Because we haven't been in this. We've been in this prosperity, and now we're in a decadence.
Right.
Do I remember 60 years ago? No, I'm 52. I don't remember that experience.
Right.
But the institutional knowledge is lost, right?
Exactly. Well, you know, they say this, historians talk about this, and they go, we judge our life experience through our timeline.
Right.
You know, I love studying history.
Yeah.
Beyond my timeline. That's why I try to have a well-rounded understanding of what we're dealing with. But the vast majority of people, they're not even acknowledging the first 10, 15 years. They're like, since I was a teenager, you know, where am I at now? And they're in their 30s, 40s, and just stupid as
that time doesn't even count.
Exactly. And I'm like, no, those things are important. We got an update on Dogecoin there, Vince? Does it drop back down? Is that like a 1 day thing, or is that what is that?
This is live.
Oh, it's live. Okay. Anything to follow up in chat? Click over to your chat. The world has fallen in the last 4 years. You're exactly right. The world has fallen in the last 4
What's
years.
the difference between two chats? Because I see there's a different set of messages. That screen versus this screen. Am I missing something?
You are missing something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you haven't been on the show in a while, at least 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, when you see the Rumble chat, right there, it'll tell you. I can't scroll down because it's not touchscreen. I tried, but you just saw me fail. I was like, "This is a touchscreen." So over here, this is Rumble, right? This is our Rumble feed. So okay, see those right there, where it says the red? That's YouTube.
Okay.
When it's not YouTube, so all of our feeds, what Twitch. So that feed that you're seeing on this screen, I just mirroring these two screens. Rumble, Facebook, Twitch, locals, X,
Facebook.
Facebook. Those are all on there. So when you see the icon next to it, that tells you where it's from and who's saying it. This feed over here is just my Rumble feed so that I can kind of monitor it, right? Normally Coffee's going to do that for me, but Coffee's not here tonight. He's not feeling good. Yeah, he's listening and replying from his phone. So a lot of people are watching in different platforms. Those are all the different platforms are here, but only our Rumble feed is on that one. So that's why there's a difference, because it's omitting. This is literally if I was just watching the Rumble feed. So does that make sense? Anyways, I want to ask this question, Larry, to take a man break.
30% in.
What else we got over there, Patrick? Are you checking it out?
Yeah, Nebraska is 53 to 45.
Getting anything?
You know what the Associated Press is reporting?
What are they reporting?
Yes.
Trump 51, Kamala 49.
It's not that bad.
Russia's.
Yeah.
Putin interfering with election.
Just called Putin directly on the phone.
Yeah. What's the
told him
AP?
to hack the election?
What's the AP?
I'm waiting for
a refreshing.
Vince to stop talking.
Don't wait for Vince.
Yeah, it's waiting. They actually have Kamala as
Come
high
on.
as 179.
What are we at for
ridiculous.
actual?
To 214.
Crowder's like totally crashed.
Crowder's done. He's
Oh,
on.
Crowder's
He's
done.
gone.
Just one
Yeah.
ninety-three.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Listen.
What?
Vote Viagra. Not happening tonight.
At 31%, Michigan has Trump up 41.
I'm going to make the safe prediction. We're not going to go to bed tonight. Get on that microphone.
Yeah.
We're not going to go to bed tonight and wake up tomorrow with devastation.
Well, remember, we got a couple states that said it could take up to 13 days.
Yeah,
Right.
those states are highly irrelevant.
Since when?
What
Michigan
shocks,
last time around couldn't do it in 30 days.
should do it in 30 days.
Right.
What shocks me
You
is
remember
that-
it was months later.
We gotta close up the TC.
Minnesota trending Trump shocked me.
Yeah.
I knew that. I thought they were.
You say Minnesota's trending Trump?
Yep. Minnesota
So is
trending Trump
Wisconsin.
is blowing my mind.
That's another 10.
Yeah, it's another 10.
I would love to see what did Reagan win in
Reagan won
1980?
everything but
He,
Maine.
California. He won
Was it
everything but
Maine?
California.
Everything but was it California? No.
84
No. He won
was
everything
Maine.
against Mondale.
Everything but Maine.
Everything but-
Minnesota, because Minnesota was not
That's right.
Was it Minnesota?
Yeah.
Was it
Mondale
Minnesota?
He
yep.
had like 500 and some.
Yeah.
525.
Huh?
525.
525.
Holy shit.
It was the
49
biggest
states.
landslide in American history.
It was a-
I don't know why. they
Another
haven't-
one they didn't expect.
Yeah. Was that
Yeah, they
versus Mondale?
They don't teach you that.
What did he do it against Carter? Because he also slaughtered Carter.
It was a lot. It was a little bit closer than that. It wasn't.
Well,
It
yeah.
wasn't the Mondale.
But Mondale, yeah.
I thought Trump already had-
And Mondale didn't even have a gaff like who was it?
90%.
It was a tank.
Who's the guy that did the scream?
90% recorded.
Yeah,
reported.
Howard Dean. That was ridiculous.
90% reported. I don't. Why haven't they called Georgia for Trump at 51?
Really? They haven't called Georgia for Trump? No. That's stupid.
The AP hasn't.
Well, there's a few
That's
people.
16
Nobody
there.
has. Nobody
There's a few
has.
people in the
Fox.
northern part of Georgia.
Oh, they just called somebody. Trump's at 230 at AP.
Oh yeah. There's a few people that are
Just
in
called.
northern parts of Georgia that got hit by hurricanes digging out of the mud. They haven't counted yet.
This computer.
Dukaka?
Oh yeah,
Dukakis? Oh, that's right. Ferraro.
Yeah.
She was going to be the first VP.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
Ferraro was
See, that was a time in our country where that was totally too premature. to have
totally
a
premature.
Female running mate.
Listen, I love women.
Yeah.
And I love the work that they do. Dude, listen, I do construction. I'm out there pounding nails. Do I want to do the paperwork? Fuck no. My wife is fucking phenomenal handling our finances. Okay? She's like, you give me an update once a month. She's like, this is what I did, this is what I did. I go, you're awesome. Like, I don't know. Right? There are different roles that different people play. And you can look at Margaret Thatcher was one of the best prime ministers Great Britain has ever fucking had.
Exception.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is, it's like, you know what? If you're born for such a time as this and you take those reins and tear it up, but just because you've got some labia and a vagina, you need to be the next president. Just because it's like, no, you have the qualifications. I don't care about the plumbing. You have the qualifications.
Plumbing doesn't matter. The skin color doesn't matter.
Right.
You know, because people say, oh, Obama, we got a black person. No, I said he wasn't the right person. He wasn't the right person. I don't care what his race.
Dude, he was Muslim and Hawaiian. I mean, dude, he was Polynesian and Muslim. He wasn't even black.
Right.
I don't even care.
This is Nigerian.
He wasn't
Nigerian.
He wasn't the right man for
He
the time.
wasn't the right
He didn't have the right value.
He didn't write it.
That's what it comes out.
Fucking right. He didn't have the right values. He didn't understand.
He didn't lie to you when he told you that he was fundamentally going to change this country.
Exactly.
He didn't.
He didn't lie.
true.
He wasn't lying.
He
just didn't
said
tell
it-
you.
he-
He didn't tell you what he was going to do.
You're exactly right, Perry. I will give him this. When he said hope and change, I did not realize that I would
There
be
was plenty of
hoping to have.
change and no hope.
I would hope.
Right.
I would be hoping that I had a little change in my pocket when he was all said and done with everything
Right.
he said. And you know what?
So
I don't have any
Republicans,
change in my pocket right now.
50, 42 in the
42.
Senate.
50, 42. Where's the other? Where's the other 8 seats?
Split, they say.
Or I know, but I'm saying 50 and 42. So we got 8 seats that are in flux.
Yeah. Those, it could be.
I just wanna
be. It could be more.
I just want to see some folding chairs set out and Chuck Schumer frog marched out of there. with his little fucking glasses. See now, look. What camera are we
If
on?
Trump wins, all you need is 50.
Give me a.
Now the Senate, the House, and a Trump.
Switch our camera. See.
I mean, if Trump wins the presidency, all we need is 50 seats. We have 50 right now.
Switch your, All right, switch your cameras. I want to point this out. No, we're stuck on Perry and AJ. We're
We're not stuck on it. It's kind of a nice.
not stuck on, but I mean, give me a tape. Give me the side by side shot. Yeah, super. But I want to point this out. Patrick's got his readers on every once in a while.
Ohio from Moreno.
All right.
He took up the incumbent.
Nice. So if I put my readers on, Patrick's got his readers on. We can't zoom in because we don't have the technology. Well, we do have the technology, but we don't own it. So here's the thing. Patrick has his readers on. I have my readers on right now. And we look exponentially smarter than Schumer when he looks down his fucking nose at all of his constituency and goes, I don't even want to channel his voice because it's just disgusting. Right? It is. President Trump is the devil. I mean, this is the type of shit that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah, but the point is, and here's the irony, right? Okay,
well, he's got
if he's that fucking evil, if he's the devil, why the hell are you at the Al Smith dinner with him?
Exactly. And I loved who was the comedian that came up there and roasted everybody that they tried to attack, kill Tony. Tony was like, "Look, I make fun of everybody. You can't fucking handle it. That's on you." That's because 3 counties over there vote blue.
Seattle,
but on the ridge, the mountain, the whole other place they want to leave Oregon and go to Idaho. They want to leave it.
Yeah, but I don't want the Blueies to go to Idaho. That's the problem. The Blueies will be.
No, it'll be mountainside. The whole mountain range right there.
Oh, the rest side.
All of the farmers, all of the agriculture, all the people that actually do something and create and work for a living, they want to go to Idaho.
Yeah, it's just the Willamette Valley with Portland, Salem, and Eugene that go blue.
Hey,
that's where all the population is.
Answer me
The
this
rest of
question.
the state. Right.
What was the place where they took over the 6 city blocks downtown?
That was Seattle.
That's Seattle, Washington.
That was
there was also Portland.
No, Portland.
Oh, that was
Portland.
Oregon. Sorry.
Oregon was Chop.
Chop.
It was Chop, and there was Chaz.
That's Seattle.
I mean,
Chaz was Seattle, and then Portland was Antifa.
And
okay.
Tifa.
Yeah.
Either way, blue areas that took over their own cities failed, which they frequently do, and then still continued to fail once they seize back control. When your police department boards up the wall, boards up the building, and leaves, and gangs take over, and it's led by a gang leader that was getting government subsidies to be a gang leader, you might want to check into how you're doing your fucking thing because apparently it's not successful. Tim Walz?
Yeah.
I don't know about that, but I know he's a Tampon Tim. Tampon Tim. I like this. Weston 55 says, drain the swamp 2.0. Some people will see this. I want to make
this time.
Well, no, I want to make this clarification. And you guys, as soon as I say it, you guys will back me up. I know you will. Trump drained the swamp.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
He exposed it.
He drained
That's
it.
what draining is.
Draining the swamp does not mean bringing a fucking bulldozer in and cleaning the swamp.
I see what you're
He said, I'm going to drain the swamp. You knew who Schumer was. You knew who McConnell was. You knew who Pence was. You knew who everybody on January 6th, you knew exactly who every one of these fucking people was. He drained that swamp, and you were exposed to exactly what was going on. He didn't promise to clean the swamp. He promised to drain the swamp. And on that, I will give him kudos and say it. What we flip around was we wanted him to get rid of the swamp people. And he never said that. He said I was going to drain the swamp. And if you take him at his word, he drained the swamp. He exposed every one of these. He exposed Fox News for being secretly a bunch of shills for the left. He exposed a shit ton of people who were secretly for the left, for these left ideologies, for these communist socialist ideologies. Every day, he did expose that. And I will give President Trump, kudos for that.
Okay.
All the way along. You do agree? 100%. Thank you. We're hitting the 11:30 hour. Larry's got a tiny ran downstairs to take another piss. Piss on my floor, Larry. Make it to the urinal.
With another 2%. With another 2%. Trump's lead. With another 2% of Michigan in, Trump's lead.
What we got?
52 to 45.
Is 54 to 45.
Get ya.
Sweet.
15 electorates. Yep.
15 electorates. So where are we at right now? What's our count? What's our count?
230 to 187 after Oregon came in with that 8.
I'm seeing a lot of red.
We're waiting for, well, I don't think anybody's going to close at the half hour. Arizona's on mountain time.
I'll tell you what, in 2020,
unless we go a whole nother half hour, we're not going to see.
Well, Georgia, they're going to have all their counties.
Georgia needs a call.
91%. That's 16. It's 246.
Where are we at the guesstimated electoral college count right now?
Technically, they could split, but likelihood is low.
At 91 for 2%.
Yeah, well, that's still 494,000 votes standing, according to this. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I mean, the split is only 100,000 votes roughly.
No, it's a million.
Just over 100,000 votes.
Oh, it is. You're right.
So
right.
Theoretically, it could flip. It's probably pretty low.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I guess they're being super cautious.
Or cucked.
Or getting
cucked.
Or getting the totes out.
Yeah, they're getting the totes out. They could be cucked. They're like, you know what? We don't want to stick our head out. We don't want to be bold and brash.
Now they're saying
Patriot is a scarce man and scorned and hated and not really cool. Is Trump? Alex Jones getting crazy over there?
Taking his shirt off.
Dude, he's got his shirt off. What the heck?
Come on.
What's he doing there?
He's on with Steven Crowder.
He's on the Crowder. Larry, I can't supply you with batteries for my own show.
88%. 640,000 remaining.
How much?
North Carolina has 88% and 89%.
AP already called it for Donald.
North Carolina?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
North Carolina.
Yep. 89%.
I'm still amazed. I mean, we say this
51.
because we're thinking people, right? We are
I
thinking
think
people.
everybody. I think right now.
How?
Pennsylvania's looking really.
I mean, how?
It is, but you got.
But it's not. But it's not. It's not clear.
Right. You got a 4 o'clock in the morning. Talk about
Canada. Yeah, you got a
There's still 1.6 million votes outstanding.
correct, and you're gonna have a palatial experience of a Kamala Viagra.
Did you ever hear the story of the truck driver that drove from New York to Pennsylvania with the Gaylords?
Yes.
For the viewers who hadn't, by the way,
so
he was told to park his truck, and they didn't unload his truck, and then they made him wait. And then they told him to go to a different building they don't usually go to.
Right.
And he waited so long; he was in his truck for 4 hours. He then eventually unhitched and drove his tractor trailer someplace else. And when he came back, his trailer was gone.
Correct, because you listen. I grew up. My stepdad was a over the road hauler.
Yeah.
There, and that was years ago. Years ago. And there's so much regulations now, more regulations now. And this is personified with the hurricanes that came through, right? There were multiple truck drivers who said, basically gave the big middle finger and said, you know what? I've got supplies for the people that are suffering in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. I don't give a shit what's going on. I'm driving straight through, and I'm going to get these supplies to these people.
Right.
And but realize they have tried to over regulate that industry to the point of destroying it, or at least hindering it in times of emergency. Okay, let's say that. And that's not to say we just had a huge accident here in Michigan, literally right around the corner from us, where a truck driver is not paying attention over here in Weberville.
While I was watching
like
Trump gained
10 miles, 10, 11, 15 miles from us on Weberville, whatever that accident is, however far away it is. Well, MDOT had shut down the freeway,
That's that extra 52.
Weberville, and they were putting electrical lines over the freeway, and truck driver, whatever the explanation is, didn't see it, didn't realize it. He kept going, plowed into.
Going to have them all too?
Fucking had them all the whole time.
Oh yeah, he's getting that sugar. But he plowed through, or he didn't pay attention and plowed into. There was 17 or 18 vehicles, 4 deaths. So we don't take lightly that truckers need to be alert on the freeway. But Larry, as an over-the-road trucker doing asphalt, there are enough regulations, and shit happens. As bad as it is, life's right, dude, you can do the best you can do. I was talking with a couple guys tonight, and they were like, one guy slowed down, and somebody blew a stop sign at 80 miles an hour, and he said, "Dude, if I wouldn't have slowed down, just anticipating that I was coming to an intersection, I would have been broadsided and dead. I wouldn't even be here right now." So you realize, you know what? You have to listen to the Holy Spirit. You have to listen to. I don't want to go into this dynamic, but you have to listen to fear. When you have a fear of something happening, that is God giving you an insight. What you do is you say, "Lord, I confess that fear. I cancel that assignment. I speak protection of my vehicle." I've had multiple times where I see a deer jumping across a road in my mind. 10 seconds before a deer is in the ditch waiting to jump. And I go, "Lord, I cancel that assignment. Speak protection over my vehicle."
Made it across the Upper Peninsula.
That is how we made it across.
Doing 95 mile an hour with all kinds of loaded weapons in the vehicle.
Patrick said 95 miles an hour. It was 110.
So you should put it that way.
I do the first leg of the journey, and then Vince takes over. And Vince puts it down and just drives. And I go, "Vince, are you speaking over the truck?" Now, we did take an owl out a couple years earlier than that, right? This owl. No, he was following a semi truck, and he was about to pass the semi truck, right? And there's like 10 feet between us and the truck, the semi truck. And Vince is driving, and this owl darts between the back of the semi truck and the front of our truck, and embeds its head in my grill.
By the way, if you check Messenger,
okay. And I literally grabbed the owl out of there. It was beautiful. I have a picture of it. I'm not going to pull it up right now. I pull the owl out, and they're crazy. Like their heads is like it's a rock, and then their body is all just fluffy fluff, all just feathers. I pulled it out of the grill, and we took a quick picture of it, and then I went and laid it in the woods. I walked over and laid it in the woods. It's like, dude, you know, he was just trying to swoop down, maybe eat a squirrel or some shit. I don't know, but it you gotta respect nature like that.
I had this thing on like hawk was on the side of the road. I guess he's chowing down.
Just try to go.
He decided to go in front of me. I was like, you could have gone the other way. It's
Right,
like,
right. And so those dynamics are, but yeah. So Vince was like, it's like, oh shit. I'm like, what? Because he was driving and I wake up and I'm like, what? Like, dude, and he pulls over and this owl embedded in my grill. Like, dude,
just flew into us.
he just flew into us. So you got to pay attention to that shit. Anyways, we got Larry. You sent me something from Livingston County. Larry likes to message me while the show's going. Which one am I doing? Oh, my buddy Patrick.
Dude.
This is my buddy Patrick, but this is my other buddy Patrick.
Yeah.
We're nearing the hour, but I'm not giving up. Trying to sneeze. I'm trying to sneeze. I didn't hit my button quick enough. And Tim knows that it's always two.
Oh, come on.
All right, what do we got? What do we got in Livingston, Larry? What are you wanting us to see, my friend? Republican. Well, Hesserman's going to get back. Dalmas, yeah.
Dave Dallas.
Frank Samples back in. Wes. Wait. What? How did the cat boy girl person get?
That's what I was saying to him. I was like, how the hell did that thing get 35%?
Well,
like, really?
There you go. Wait. There's only 57%.
It doesn't matter. It should be zero.
It just dropped down to 32.
It should be that high.
No.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's like, what the hell? What's wrong
Ridiculous, dude. Dude.
I think explain that to people from Genesee County because we don't quite understand.
Right.
Cat person.
My rep, Roger Deaton, he's in the lead there. Nick Fiani.
Doing great.
Okay. Yeah. You want to cut to my screen? All right. Let's see. Jay Gross. Yeah. Looks like all of our commissioners are going to be back in there. Now, what do we got?
For 4 years this time.
Yeah, for 4 years. Looks like the Brighton Township trustees are going to sweep that.
Crap, yeah.
Let's see. Cohocta.
Good.
Sweep that shit.
What is that?
Which one is it?
Conway.
Yeah. Gonna sweep that.
Only 27.
I said, oh, wow.
Genoa.
No write-ins for Bill Rogers. Imagine that.
Janine, Roger's wife, getting in there for clerk.
Ass.
And for clerk. Okay.
Sweet. Genoa Township.
Oh, Bill was. I didn't realize Bill Reiber was running.
Yeah.
I love Bill.
Yeah.
He's awesome. All right, so he's in there. Dude, that guy showed up when Jennifer Smith was the chair, Republican Party chair. She asked for volunteers for the parade, right? Larry got a hold of me. And he's like, and I channel Larry. I always do. Hey, buddy, are you going over the parade? He goes, I don't know what's going on. He goes, Jen needs us to be over there. I'm like, all right, dude, what I gotta. So I reached out to Jen, and Jen was like, I don't know, nobody's gonna show up. I goes, I'll show up. She goes, okay. I showed up in my truck. She rode in my truck. Larry shows up in his truck with a trailer on it, and then Bill Reiber, like, just pulls in the parking lot out of the blue. He's like, what do you guys need me to do? We're like, walk beside the truck, and we were in the Brighton parade. Republican Party. Bill Reiber is a genuine man, honorable man.
So how do we see?
Here we go. Looks like the Republicans are going to sweep Genesee County pretty handily. Let's see where we're at. Yeah. Let's see that.
What was that?
Oh, Denise, is Denise tuning into the show? You need to chime in the chat if you're tuning in the show. Dude, a lot of people got hit with whatever the fuck's going on frequency-wise.
Well, I mean, it is.
I had a cancellation of 6 people that were like, we're sick. We're not showing up. We don't want to give it to anybody. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Cool. Sean Shaymaker won.
There we go.
Wins the, House.
Dan Lowe. Now that's my boy. I know Dan personally.
Dan Lowe, okay.
Dan's awesome.
Bukowski.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's the one I voted for. I didn't know any of those names.
You're not in Marion. You don't even fucking vote for that. Stop it.
I voted for a Dan.
Did you?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
What was that? Go back.
What you got?
That one, Hamburg. Okay. Oh, that's supposed.
So that's where you ran, right?
No, I'm Putnam.
You're a Putnam? Yeah.
No, Putnam, you already did.
I did?
Yes.
It's not in order. It's not
I
alphabetical.
know alphabetical,
What the
obviously.
I get angry at that.
Oh, cool.
I'll say so where these ones are so black
Is it Matt Asemacher?
is they are not technically
Supposedly
partisan.
Nonpartisan.
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 So there we go. I know Pastor Bill Bolin was running. Oh, here's
Brighton board.
Brighton School Board.
Oh, who was who? on this one?
Well, Kelly's down here right at the bottom,
How many positions?
but
were
it's only 27% reporting.
there? How many positions?
Does it say?
Because
It doesn't say how many positions are going.
I don't know, but they need to vote Roger Myers. That guy's a piece of shit.
what's going to happen today?
What'd you say, Larry?
Oh, it's only 27% reported.
Yeah, 27%. I want Kelly Uphouse in there.
Yeah.
'Cause she's our girl. She kicks ass. They called Virginia.
Yeah, for Kamala too.
All right, here we go. Huge one. Larry's on this. Campbell and Shaw leading, but only 57% reporting. And they're only leading by 3 percentage points over Yarber and Bear.
Oh, really? So which one's the?
Where's
They just
Scott?
updated that because that was 27%
Which one's the-
Scott?
reporting.
Which
turned
one?
up.
Scott's- Who's the? Because Bard,
Bard,
Baird, Yarber, and who?
Scott.
Scott's
Jeff
not
Scott.
even on. Where's Scott?
Where's
Down
Scott?
at the next one.
Oh,
He's
partial
running for the
term.
partial term.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and he's leading that. It's only
Why
50%.
not?
They're not leading that. We don't want a Shaw. Cindy Shaw's a
Was that the one that's giving people?
yes. Was that the finger gate? Isn't that we covered finger gate? Yeah. And Jeff Campbell, he's just a yes man for Hughes to give him another raise. Then this shithead. I listened to Hughes the other day on 93.5.
North Carolina finally went to Trump.
We got. You know what? We need bus drivers. Do you know what we're gonna do now? We're only gonna bus the kids to school every other week because we can't get bus drivers.
What?
Oh, but you approved yourself a fucking salary increase and a contract extension, but you can't get bus drivers to grab the kids only every other week because that's not important.
North Carolina went to Trump.
I guarantee you, the day that they need to count the amount of kids in the
Carolina
seats, the buses will be working properly.
Fox said
That day
Yeah.
will be
But not
the
Georgia.
buses will be
What
working.
the hell's going on with Georgia? I mean, they got 92%.
Yeah, what's up?
in
What
there.
map are we on now?
They're waiting for the Democrats to clean up.
I thought the
North Carolina got called for Trump. West Virginia went to
the
Kamala.
governor
AP did.
Virginia went to.
We say no. All right, let's go to that. Let's go to
New
that.
Mexico, they called for Kamala.
Camila. I don't know whether to call her a communist, socialist, Camila, or call her a soul devoid of any purpose that likes to perform fellatio. I'm just saying.
You mean
I
a
don't.
whore?
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Listen, I was gonna do a thing, and I told Tim it was like 2 weeks ago. I was like, I was in here, I was meditating on stuff, and I'm like, you know what? If you go to Proverbs, and it says, and there's like 3 Proverbs main ones, but it says the adulteress eats and drinks and wipes her mouth and says, I've done nothing wrong. She eats and drinks and wipes her mouth and says, I've done nothing wrong. And if you break down that whole idea of the adulteress, he has no respect for covenant connection, no honor in that connection. And then if you go even further and talks about it's the adulterer or the prostitute reduces you to a loaf of bread. And I look at this country right now and I go, have we not been that close in our experience, our lifetime, reduced to a loaf of bread, and why? If you acknowledge that we've been reduced to a loaf of bread in this country, then you have to acknowledge who has reduced us to that point. An adulteress, a harlot, a prostitute. Reduced us to a loaf of bread. Why? Because the scriptures in Proverbs it literally says that the harlot preys on your very soul, the adulteress, the prostitute preys on your very soul. And when you break it down from that dynamic, you start to understand the leftist communist mindset that they break the covenant. They actually are arrogant at breaking covenant. They will make an agreement with you and break it the next minute.
You're assuming they have.
Yeah.
You know, you're assuming they're like regular people who aren't.
Agreed. We ascribe to others. That's why the left. That's the flaw of the left is they ascribe to us what they do. They're like, "Oh, you'll stab me in the back." No, I won't. But that's what you will fucking do. So what do you mean I'll stab you in the back? And they go, "Oh, you'll stab me in the back," and I go, "Oh, that's exactly." But the same on the right is we'll go, "I'm not going to betray you." And they go, "Well, yeah, you will." That's because you will betray us. Okay, I get it. So I was going to do this whole video on this of Kamala and how she exemplifies or personifies this adulteress, where she eats and drinks and wipes her mouth and says, "I've done nothing wrong."
Literally.
And literally, it's personified in the videos, right? Was there anything that you would do different than the Biden administration? No, nothing really comes to mind. Nothing comes to mind. Oh, okay. No, I'm going to change everything, but nothing comes to mind. Okay. So you're an adulteress who does not respect covenant. And it doesn't have to be a sexual covenant, even though we know she's gone down that road. It's just a covenant of honor, to where you remember that you made a commitment to some other human being and you've broken that with such brazen. The other scripture that comes to mind out of Proverbs is with a brazen face. It's in Proverbs. It says, with a brazen face, she acts and operates a certain way. Not only is her heart hardened, but her face is just stone. It's brazen.
It's pride.
It's pride.
Spirit of pride.
It's arrogance. And I think I look at this woman and I go, you have no humility. Now, you may have been an MK Ultra programmed person, but that doesn't excuse or cause us to dismiss the fact that you exemplify what it means to be an adulteress, a harlot, a prostitute. You know, because ultimately, when they send these honeypots chicks into these environments to extract information, they have been so indoctrinated, so mind fucked and trained that they walk into these environments and they go, "I will sleep with you in order to get information from you and then give it to my handlers, and that's my purpose in life." And they go, "Wow, that is not what God created you to do."
You know what I'm glad for?
What are you glad for?
Is that
wow? Look at this. It's like Barrett's in the league.
Go ahead, Tim. What are you grateful for?
I'm grateful that, if my math is right, in possibly the next 45 minutes, she will not even be in the news cycle anymore to talk about. So, yeah, because from what I'm understanding,
he's about to be.
Georgia should have already called. 91%.
You think?
Yeah, and you'd think at this point, at 51 to let's give her 49. 51 to 49, so about 2%.
Yeah.
But you think that's 16 points there. And Pennsylvania is at 82% in with Donald at 51 to 47.
Yeah.
Those two,
That's 32 points.
and Wisconsin at 72%. 72%. We have 51 to 48. That puts Trump over by 5 points.
And
he wins it. Whether or not we get Michigan or not,
Yeah.
and no matter what else happens.
Yeah. And here's the thing. This should never have been a race
It
between
should have
the
been
two of
close to
them.
begin with.
Biden or Kamala, doesn't matter. Should have never been a race in the first place because they have, and I'll say it again, they were ordained by God to wake the people the fuck up to what's been going on and get them all motivated to go, no, we need to be we the people and take back our country. But if we didn't go through the last 3.5, almost 4 years of the destruction of the Biden-Harris administration, people would not be awake, not woke, but awake that they are today. And people are awake today across all demographics, across all races, across all economic hierarchies, but economic.
Socioeconomic.
Strata?
Economics positions.
Strata?
I was looking for a better word. It's economic.
Well, they're called strata.
Status. What's your economic status? You're middle class, lower class, upper class, doesn't matter. You're waking up to the fact that, holy shit, this is fucked up. I need to wake up. I need to get motivated. Beyond Larry being motivated, because Larry's motivated for all of us. No, we're gonna.
We have 5 minutes
We got
till
5 minutes till
till
midnight.
The West Coast polls close.
Yeah, right.
And
Well, we already know what the West Coast is going to do.
well, I know, but basically we're just seeing if there's one or two. I mean,
They already called them.
Do you know that
Before even one season came in.
yeah.
I know, but you realize if you break it, that's why I was trying to do it earlier. You break it down county by county, not state by state, county by county. This country is extremely red, like 95% red.
Oh, by the county, yeah.
By state, those blue counties try to overwhelm.
That's why we don't even talk.
Let alone we talked about Oregon trying to go over to half, like
don't have one.
That's why we don't need one either.
Well,
We don't need to switch.
with Oregon looking at it with 3/4 of it going over to Idaho, we also have a number of proposals from California. They've tried to do this in California. California has tried to break up into 5 separate states multiple times.
Nice.
And 4 of those states would have been deep, deep dark
red.
blood fucking red.
Oh, yeah.
We got to recognize this.
You know what?
Oh, they
Trump's
Give me
got
that.
They fought that.
200,000 vote lead already.
Get that microphone. Where's your microphone?
microphone. You know the routine.
Trump's got a 200,000, almost a 200,000 vote lead in Michigan, and
Yeah.
almost.
How much? 200,000 vote lead in Michigan?
Trump might take Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
That was my prediction.
Yeah.
If you remember.
And that would be freaking phenomenal.
And that would
Right.
put him 15 points off.
So here's my final question for the night as we wrap up. How does this look? All things being considered, prophetic words coming true. Trump wins. Okay. Let's make this a safe assumption. Right? Trump wins tonight. Okay. Fulfilling a prophetic word, Kim Clement and many other people.
And tomorrow night we'll be having a special podcast covering BLM.
No.
Because they're going to write.
Yeah.
Well, that's my
BLM
question.
and Antifa, because
That's my
they're going to
question.
be
Yeah, that's my question on the brain freeze part of this show. The brain freeze part of the show. How does it look from now until Inauguration Day?
Mm-hmm.
Larry, go.
Chaos.
Chaos.
Patrick? Chaos. Vince?
I think they're going to give Kamala dictatorial
You think Biden's going to resign?
They're going to just assume her into the position of
Biden's going to
president.
resign and she's going to just take over and fuck it all up.
No, I think
until,
they're just going to.
Yeah. Okay. Chaos. Kamala, which is the same thing.
Chaos.
Carrie? Chaos.
Chaos through the courts.
Through the courts. Angie? You think?
Same thing. I think it's going to be chaos in the courts. I think even though this is an overwhelming lead, the Dems already have a plan to try to mess this up. And we people cannot stop fighting and praying to keep what we just did here.
Right.
You know, in voting. And we can't stop. This is the beginning. This isn't the end. This is the beginning.
100%.
I will say that one thing that Trump needs to do, because those of us who will stand up, will probably be jailed in the meantime between now and January 6th or whatever the day is of certification.
Yeah.
Trump needs to be ready to pardon anyone
Immediately. Not
That-
wait till
that's
the
been
end of his
erased.
term.
Not
Immediately.
including
He needs to
back
put,
to January 6th.
yeah, he needs to pardon all the January 6th.
What, 1,500 people still in prison?
Yeah. Also, a bunch of the Proud Boys that were never in the Capitol, but the lack of evidence is the evidence.
Even if they were in the capital, they were let in.
100%, dude. This all needs to be exposed. Anything brought into the light is exposed. So here's another question, and we'll do final thoughts. We'll wrap the show up tonight. We've been doing great.
By the way, I don't think there'll be chaos. Thanks for asking. Not leaving the end. I think there'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth, but the leftists are not going to do anything.
I know. I'm
He
going to
could
go
have.
home.
He
I'm going to go home
could have
and turn
easily
on
said,
Rachel
No,
"Hey,
no, he
I
couldn't
have an
have.
opinion on it."
I know.
But instead,
he
he
couldn't have.
cast aspersion. That's on me.
Yeah,
Okay,
leaving
I
me
left him
out. Yep.
I didn't leave you out.
Yep, sure. Never. It's never happened before.
Okay, great.
Never. I don't know why.
Because that's 4 a.m. ballot dump.
What about the 500 million or 500,000?
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I got chaos.
Weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Weeping and gnashing of teeth. Chaos.
Weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Here's what I want to do. Here's what I'm going to do.
Great. That'd be great.
I speak against chaos in Jesus' name.
Yep. That's not going to happen. That's what I'm saying. They're just going to cry.
They're going to cry, but I speak against the destruction of this nation as God has empowered the people of God to
Trump's
restore
holding
it.
his lead in Arizona too.
Is that okay for me to do that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I speak against, you know what? The thief only comes to kill, steal, and destroy. Tim played that during the break media. Alex Jones was saying that. I said that just before the break media, not knowing that's what he was going to say.
Yep.
I think Angie, you said it during the show tonight. Kill, steal, and destroy. Here's the thing: you can only kill, steal, and destroy from that which has been established, empowered, and given life. So something has to be established and brought to life and empowered in order for it to be killed, stolen from, or destroyed. So looking at it from that standpoint is we ultimately have the power to say no. It's Neo standing in the hallway with bullets in his chest, standing up while the agents of the Matrix are shooting at him, and he stands up and finally recognizes who he is and says, no. And all the bullets stop before they reach him and fall to the ground, and he takes them out. We need to be those people as the people of God, not this church hierarchy, superhero, perfect warrior looking thing. No. We need to be the people that are what was the movie? The machine gun preachers. Yeah. We need to be the machine gun preachers who stand in the gap, flawed, failed.
Did you hear that Michigan podcast guy? He said you should all get machine guns.
Oh, is that what I said?
That's what you just said.
I did say that.
Yeah.
What I want us to do is I want you guys to stop worrying about it. Listen, you know, on the show we cuss. We even give it part of the disclaimer. Mm-hmm. I went 8 years of my life without verbally cussing. I went almost the same amount of time of not having an alcoholic drink. And do you know what it did? You know what it did to increase my spirituality? 0. You know what it did to increase my religious attitude towards other people? A lot. And then the Lord brought me to a place of humility. And you know what I realized? No matter how many times I say fuck, does not matter how many drinks I have. What matters is how deeply I love the Lord my God with all my heart, soul, mind, and strength, and how much I love my neighbors, I love myself. And when you dive into that, when you fall in love with your fellow man, and you're so concerned with him that in the moments where all of a sudden you're in the middle of the night and the Lord wakes you up and you go, why am I awake right now? And he goes, so and somebody pops in your head at that moment and you go, why am I thinking about this? And he goes, why are you thinking about this person? Why did I wake you up in the middle of the night? I need you to speak life over them. And I go, oh shit, I'm still so dull, right? In those moments, that's where God's calling us. And if you don't realize that the prayer warrior is the one who struggles the most, and you don't understand the warrior or the prayers. The prayer warrior is the one who understands the battle more than anybody else. And he says, you know what? I'm trying to curtail my language. I'm trying to make more control over these things. But as James said, if any man is not at fault in what he says, he's a perfect man, able to keep his whole body in check. Anybody here say that we're able to keep our whole body in check? We're perfect? Okay. So you know what? Stop worrying about the little shit. And it's all little shit. And worry about the things that matter. 60 million babies have been murdered in our country. If I get on my platform and say, I don't fucking accept that anymore.
What about 325,000? If that's the number they're giving, it's
Across
probably
the
double
border.
that are being
Trafficked and lost.
And our government is complicit in trafficking children.
100%.
Okay, these are the
Those
ills
are real
that
numbers.
we need to continue to
Right.
go after, and
Right.
and these people that we elect to be held accountable. Now it's been said when Trump got in the first time, this is about the children. So, and
We
I
gotta
don't
do
think
it.
he got that far, but now he's speaking about it from the platform. And
Are you out?
and I pray he's going to use that platform now.
You're exactly right,
to-
Angie.
To because that's the one element that can bring the country back together from a divide is the children. Doing the right thing for the children, and trafficking, the organ harvesting, the adrenochrome, all these
Thanks, Larry.
atrocities that are going on.
Isn't that what the
Make
Lord
it
said?
mainstream instead of a conspiracy. Okay, the same things that were going on,
Yeah.
where they were sacrificing, babies, and they were, playing the drums so that it would drown out the cries of the babies. I mean, none of this. It's the same thing is still going on. There's nothing new under the sun, but it needs to stop now.
100%. Eloquent. I love it, Angie, because it's exactly right. Is we're so focused on these little superficial things, and we don't dive into the true things that matter.
Right. The humanity, the actual ills of humanity, the
Yeah.
things that get swept underneath the rug.
Mhm. You're 100% right, and that's what we got to dive into, and it surprises me on a daily basis. I was hanging out with my hockey buddies, and I lean over to my one buddy, and I'm like, dude, he doesn't drink anymore. He used to drink a lot. I don't drink. I'm like, well, make sure we got Gatorade in the cooler for him. Make sure we got something, because you don't drink alcohol. That's great. Whatever your struggle is, make sure I got something. I'll bring extra Gatorade or whatever it is that you want to drink in the parking lot, just so that we're there in fellowshipping. It's not about the alcohol. It's about the fellowship. And I've gotten to know him over the last 4 or 5 months. And I go, you're coming to the wing, etc. with us. He's like, okay. And Tanya was with me. It's a little birthday dinner with my boys. And we end up over there. And before we left the parking lot, he's like, what do you got going? I'm like, what do you? He's like, oh, I got it. And he said this phrase. It was like the spirit and something else. I was like, what is that? This study that he goes to. I'm like, I get that. But it's my birthday. You're gonna hang out with me. And he's like, all right, I'll come hang out with you. I was like, what is that? What is that thing? And he goes, oh, it's this group like that. I goes, well, tell me you're filled with the spirit and pray in tongues. He goes, yeah. I go, awesome. I want to know his dialect. I want to know what language he's praying in. And he's just like, and we got in this whole conversation. I'm like, dude, people don't even get that.
No.
You don't get that dynamic. Here's a guy I'm playing hockey with that spirituality is not foreign to us, but it's not a focal point in those moments. And here's a guy that I go, I just connected with you, and I go, dude, I want to let's just pray in tongues for a little while. Let's just get in the spirit. Let's just do this because it's fun. It's something that pulls me out of this brain that's constantly going and that's why I call this show "This Is My Brain" because I can start here and then bounce all over there, and then Norris chimes in, and then Patrick chimes in, and Vince, and then Angie, and Larry, and I go, and then Larry will go way the hell off the rails. Yeah,
And I
but
insult you.
and then insult me. Then Tim insult me. But it's this dynamic of we've got to really prioritize what matters most, and that's loving each other through all of the struggles that we all face every day to help each other get to our best purpose, our best life, our best love, our best expression of who God created us to be. And you know what? That's going to have jagged edges. That's going to have flaws. It's not going to be a perfect diamond that's cut perfectly. It's going to have some dirt and some raw edges. And until you cut it, till the Lord cuts it, really, it's not going to fluoresce the way you want it to. It's going to be who God created to be.
Well, you need to lean on Him
100%.
in order to make that happen. You can't
Right.
do it on your own, and you're going to have those edges, and it could get even worse until you realize you can't do it on your own. You give that up and you give it to Him. Say, Lord, I can't do this on my own.
Right.
Help me.
Right. But and you're exactly right. But then take it another step further. Who really wants to see that diamond cut perfectly? It's another man. It's not God. God goes, I see you. What's the scripture? He says, Jesus was recorded in the Gospels, and he says, you're going to stand before me, and I'm going to go, okay, you did this, you did that, you cast out devils, you healed the sick, you raised the dead, you preached the gospel, but I don't know you. Wait a minute. Those are some pretty heavy duty. Norris, have you ever raised the dead?
Can't say I have.
Have you ever laid hands on the sick? But you've certainly preached the gospel. You've shared Jesus with some people. Patrick, same question. I go. Listen, if I go down the list, I'm failing at 2 or 3 of those immediately. And yet Jesus looked at those people and said, "I don't know you. Depart from me, you workers of iniquity." I go, well, what's the opposite of working iniquity? Being who God created you to be. I believe that Donald Trump, those around him, are on that same journey. I was extremely excited listening to Elon Musk, JD Vance, Donald Trump on Joe Rogan. Of course, I watch InfoWars with Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer and Harrison Smith and the other third guy,
The
fourth
bald
guy.
dude?
No, Chase Geyser.
Oh, Chase.
And then
Chase
and
Geyser.
then of course Crowder, right? Steven Crowder, and all those guys. All of them, if you take them at face value, they're all on a journey. They're learning from their experience, from the insight from the Spirit of God, and they're all growing in that. And if we all accept each other from that perspective and try to empower each other to be the better self that we can be, we all will benefit. If we just look for the flaws and go, well, you know what? You did 90% of that good, but that 10%, you're bad. It's the religious spirit. I literally, and I'll finish with this. You guys give me, send my paper. Let's do this. if there's any really important final thoughts, let's do it. Perry and Angie, I want you to sign it too. But I was Tom that I showed you guys the picture of poorly on my phone earlier in the show. Tom and Joni working at the polls. Tom is a goalie, or not a goalie. He's a referee.
yeah.
I'm a goalie. I flipped it around. But Tom said every once in a while he goes to the goalies, and he said, goalies are we're not fragile egos, because if you're a fragile ego, you don't last long as a goalie. But we get beat up on sometimes. And he said he said he was telling me, we were talking. Vince was right there. He goes, we're hanging out, and he goes, sometimes I look at the goalies, and he goes, hey man, it wasn't your fault. Your defense let you down. And he goes, I know that the goalie maybe could have done something, but definitely didn't do something. And he goes, all right, here we are. And he'll say he was telling me today while we were at the polling place, he's like, I just look at the goalies and I try to give them a little boost. I just go, you know what? Your defense let you down. That shouldn't happen. This shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. He's like, in those moments, trying to build the goalie up. Last line of defense, puck goes in the net. He's getting the puck out, and he's like, dude, wasn't cool. Your boy should have helped you. That guy that came in, he was ripping it, whatever. And I took that, right? I listened to what he said, and I go, here's a man as a referee on the ice playing hockey who is trying to encourage and empower a goalie. When I started playing goalie at 38 years old, I'm 52 now. Do the math. I don't want to do the math. Within a year of playing goalie, somebody sent me an ebook on being a hockey goalie. And the first paragraph is, welcome to the most frustrating position in all of major sports. And I went, why would anybody choose this other than mental disfiguration? But I realized, I'm like, wait a minute.
Masochism.
Yeah. I'm like, well, I have my explanation about playing goalie. I don't like to take turns. So I want to be out there the whole time. I do have a bit of OCD. And then, what is it? I don't have any longevity. So if you want me to go out and do a 3-minute shift in a recreational hockey game, I'll go out for 30 seconds and then I'm going to go to the bench. But if I'm in a goalie and I can make a save in 30 seconds and then I can rest and relax, and then you just go the other way, that might work out for me. So there's a few reasons I like goalie. Anyways, my whole point is life is a struggle. How we honor each other and support each other in that struggle, how we recognize the flaws and the strengths and weaknesses. There's a song from, I don't know what it is, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, from he did Our God is an Awesome God. Look at Tim to help me, but he's easier. Our God is an awesome God. He
I
reigns.
was just getting you a picture. Up in the corner.
Oh, there it is. Oh, there's Joni and Tom. Tom just had a heart attack a month ago.
Yeah.
But he drove himself to the hospital.
Ted Jr.
Yeah, phenomenal. They're awesome people. Anyways, the artist that does that song, Rich Mullins. Came to me. Rich Mullins. Anyways, he does a song about, he goes, I won't regard, the whole song is about, I won't regard my brother for his strengths or dismiss him for his weakness. And if we come to that in Christ in a loving way, I'm not gonna be attracted to you or get close to you because you have this strength. You've got money or industry or provisions, whatever it is. I'm gonna get close to you because of you. And then whatever you bring to the table and I receive from you is genuine. And I'm not going to disregard you because you have this flaw or that flaw or this failure. I'm going to get close to you because of you. And then your flaw, failure, weakness, whatever it is, I will absorb, right? Because it says, Paul wrote this in Romans, but also Jesus echoed this. He said, that the um, the struggles. What's the word? The weakness, the failures of those. The failures of those who, or the insults. That's the word. The insults of those who insult you have fallen upon me. Jesus purposely endured the insults. When I do construction, there's been times where somebody did something wrong on my crew that I can clearly say to them, you did that wrong. But as the contractor standing before the homeowner or the builder above us, I take full responsibility.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Now I may correct my guy later, but in that moment, I will not betray that confidence, and I will say that's my fault because I'm responsible. In that moment, the righteousness that comes up, the honor that comes up. I've had guys go, I will come in on my Saturday and Sunday and fix this shit because you did not throw me under the bus. And that was not my intent, but that's the outcome. And this is the love that happens when you operate in love, when you honor people. Any final thoughts, guys? We'll close it out. Any other reporting, Vince? Where are we at right now?
A couple East Coast.
You got one? You got one, Matt?
Yeah, a couple of the East Coast. I think somebody closed over there for a couple points. Almost bumped up to 210. Trump's at 230. So it's a 30-point race.
Crowder has him at 243.
43. He must be counting.
And Kamala at 182.
He must be counting Georgia. No, 43.
243 for Trump, 182 for Kamala.
I don't know how he gets to 43.
Yeah.
They're counting Georgia.
They're counting Georgia.
Looks like
Georgia's 16. That would put him at 46.
Rogers is leading.
We got
Mike Rogers is leading.
No Mike.
Mike.
Microphone.
Rogers.
Yeah,
no,
we got
not Mike Rogers. Microphone.
We got to get rid of Slotkin. He's talking about the Michigan Senate race.
Yeah,
I was talking about not being able to hear him.
Oh,
I had him muted and my tablet died.
no.
My bad.
Got it.
I had
It
to- I
looks
had to
like
use
Mike,
it
Mike Rogers is
permanently.
up 50.9 to 46.3. Trump is leading overall popular vote 1.5 million to 1.3 million, 52.3 to 45.9 in Michigan.
Michigan. Okay.
So
I think
it's looking good. Not sure what percentage that is. 40,
I don't think they're going to be
49.
49%.
I don't think they're going to be able to do the vote Viagra because
I hope not.
they screwed themselves over with the early voting, thinking that would be able to pull the numbers in that way.
State House.
Once you get so much early voting in, you
know what
can't
happens?
fudge the numbers.
Boom, these explosions of
Bullshit.
bullshit.
But here's the thing. I'm going to go back to it. The only thing that it hasn't happened with the prophetic word that Kim Clement gave was second term, 2 terms.
Yep.
Trump will become a trumpet and he will serve 2 terms.
Yep.
Well, he already served one.
Correct. And that we thought it was going to be consecutive, but I'm going to tell you what, the biggest blessing this country has ever received is Biden and Harris coming in because they showed what destruction really looks like after they showed prosperity.
They showed the Democratic Party what they revealed the Democratic Party.
100%. So let's close it out. Thank you guys.
What if we misinterpreted all of Revelation and actually the Trumps are actually Trumps? And there's going to be like 7 Trumps.
I think Barron will be the
all the way down through the.
Barron's grandson will be the fucking.
Well, you have to have quite a few. And we're going to have this whole legacy of Trumps.
I am what do they call it? I don't even like the term because it sounds too close to something bad.
Sure.
I am a. Well, the term is preterist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and it sounds too close
You're
to
a
like
pedo?
a pedo.
Yeah.
Pedo. Preterist.
Preterist.
Preterist is just basically the 8.
So the term preterist means that you believe that
Preterist is basically somebody
you believe that
on teenage.
right, and a preterist is somebody. Preterist means that somebody who believes that ancient prophetic word has been fulfilled That doesn't discount that there may be an echo or repeat of prophetic things. I believe, and I've read a couple of really awesome books on it that do historical parallels, that the book of Revelation has already been fulfilled as far as a whole bunch of historical things. That doesn't mean that it can't repeat, that history doesn't echo. But this idea of consistently going back to Daniel and Matthew 24 and Mark 14 and the whole book of Revelation and doing this cross-reference with the newspaper, it's like, dude, all right, okay. The first two, chapter 2 and chapter 3 of Revelation says, hear what the Spirit is present tense saying to the churches.
Right.
Our number one responsibility is to hear the Spirit of God for ourselves today, come together as a congregation, bounce the ideas off each other, listen to the prophetic spirit that flows within us, and then operate accordingly. Not just straight up. I listened to, who was that guy years ago? Not Hagee, but Van Impe.
Oh my gosh, Van
Oh
Impe.
my God. The communist Russians are the bear. They're the bear that's coming down from the thing. And I go,
Magog from the north.
okay. Then I watched The Fall of the Berlin Wall, and all of his prophetic interpretations were gone. I love John Tabor, John Tabor, Dr. John Tabor, James Tabor. Sorry, Dr. James Tabor. He does this whole series I love, and he did 25 episodes. He goes, the number one thing about biblical prophecy is 100% of it has never come true. Meaning, modern day interpretations of biblical prophecy fail. Oh, the late great Planet Earth sold more copies than the Bible in modern history, right? As far as on the bestseller list. Did it happen?
It was outselling the Bible at one point.
Yeah. And did it happen? No. So fear mongering. All right. Love you all. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. Larry, Patrick, Norris, Vince. Good to have you back, my son.
No one's going to believe it if Trump doesn't win. So.
And Perry and Angie over here in the gallery. Mm-hmm. We didn't want you guys to be like isolated and alone over there, but we had multiple people that were going to show up. They just got hit with the China virus. It's come from China.
That's so racist.
So racist. China virus. What's amazing is how racist the Chinese people are when you actually examine.
I know it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Asians are one of the most racist.
All right, we're out of here. It's long in the tooth, but it was the most important election in American history, and we had to push through it. We are predicting here in the show, for all 10 people still watching, that Donald Trump is going to be the winner of that.
47th.
We brought this up here and we never even sampled it. We'll save it for next week. What you got? Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Those are huge.
We'll do it. Yeah.
Those are huge.
Those three will do it.
We may have to chime in on a brainstorm tomorrow or the next day and just give you some updates. But thanks for all the contributions. Thanks for Tisha Jones popping in. Thank you, Tim, for doing what you do over there, buddy. And thank you everybody being here at the table and our guests in the gallery.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Keep your eyes peeled and your powder dry.
Enemies close and your friends closer.
Correct. All right, guys.
This is my brain.
Dad, that's an egg. Yeah, that's an egg. Honey,
Dude.
that's an egg.
Seriously.
That's an egg.
It's a metaphor.
It's still an egg.
That's an egg.
I would challenge you.
That's an egg.
I know my brain is not actually an egg, okay? It's a metaphor.
Metaphor or not, that's not your brain.
It's just an egg.
Una cerveza para mí. My egg is my brain.
Can I at least have some bacon, maybe some sausage with that egg, though?
Oh, I want some bacon.
More.
Have some bacon and pancakes with that egg.
I'll take it with cheese.
Extra large brown cage-free eggs.
Your brain.
With my cake, a sausage, and a little toasted potato.
That would be great.
Does it have antibiotics?
I don't know, man. I'm not good at this shit.
They got to be able to resist diseases.
Resist the disease.
Hormones?
Maybe. It's cage free.
Vegetarian?
Maybe.
Are they vegan?
No, I eat steak.
Never apologize and never explain.
Never apologize.
Never apologize and never explain.